Hello, folks. Welcome to the 100 subscribers special. What an absolutely surreal week it's been. We hit 100 subscribers on Monday this week, and now, just 2 days later, we're this close to 200 subscribers. Literally 3 away. The support has been nothing short of surreal. I've been blown away by the positive comments you've been leaving. Honestly, it's what keeps me going. Seeing you all enjoy these stories and knowing they resonate with you, it's incredibly motivating. 200 subscribers might not seem like much to some, but to me it's absolutely wild. Knowing that so many of you are here supporting this channel means the world to me. And today's special episode is my way of saying thank you. So let's not wait any longer. Grab a drink, settle in, and let's dive into today's stories. It began on an otherwise unremarkable Friday night. The kind of evening where boredom settles in like a fog, leaving you scrolling endlessly through social media or rewatching old sitcoms. I was hanging out with my best friend Kyle at his place. The air smelled of stale chips and the energy drinks we'd been chugging for hours. Kyle was always the guy who knew the latest internet rumors, the obscure corners of the web no sane person dared explore. That night, though, he seemed unusually animated. "Mark, have you heard about the countdown clock?" he asked, leaning forward conspiratorially. I rolled my eyes. "What is it this time? Another cursed video or some haunted app?" "No, dude, this is different," he said, lowering his voice like we were discussing state secrets. "It's a dark website. You type in someone's name and it gives you a countdown. When it hits 0, they die." I laughed, shaking my head. "Sure, Kyle. And let me guess. When you close the page, a creepy voice whispers your name." But Kyle was insistent. He opened his laptop and typed furiously. Moments later, he turned the screen toward me. There it was, a website that looked like it hadn't been updated since the 90s, all black background with neon green text. The screen read, "Enter a name." Kyle's grin widened. "Want to see?" "Sure," I said, playing along. Kyle typed his own name. Kyle B. The site blinked for a moment before a countdown appeared. 03, 16, 27, 12. 3 days, 16 hours, 27 minutes, 12 seconds. "See? Cool, huh?" Kyle said. "Cool? More like dumb," I replied, trying to hide my unease. Then he dared me to try. At first I refused. Something about it felt wrong, too specific, too deliberate. But Kyle wouldn't stop nagging. Finally, I caved. "Fine, let's see this thing in action." I typed in my name, Mark W. The countdown flashed onto the screen. 12:37, 42, 09. 12 days, 37 hours, 42 minutes, 9 seconds. I laughed nervously, but my chest felt tight. "Okay, great. Now close it." Kyle obliged, slamming the laptop shut. "Told you it was creepy." I told myself it was a dumb internet prank, nothing more. But the timer lingered in my mind long after I went home that night. The next few days passed uneventfully. Work was the usual grind, and I tried not to think about the countdown. Kyle, however, couldn't seem to let it go. "Have you checked the site again?" he asked during one of our nightly chats. "No," I lied. The truth was I had checked. Multiple times. The countdown was still there, ticking away with unnerving precision. On the 3rd day, Kyle stopped replying to my texts. By evening, I was concerned enough to call him, but his phone went straight to voicemail. The next morning, I drove to his apartment. The police were already there. A young officer stopped me at the door. "Are you a friend of Kyle B?" "Yeah. What's going on?" The officer sighed. "I'm sorry to tell you this, but he passed away last night. It looks like a heart attack." Heart attack? Kyle was 28 and in perfect health. My mind raced back to the timer on that cursed website. It had been right. Kyle's death hit me harder than I expected. He'd always been the fearless one, the guy who joked about walking into haunted houses or summoning demons for fun. But now he was gone, and I couldn't shake the feeling that the website had something to do with it. I tried to rationalize it. Maybe it really was a coincidence. People died unexpectedly all the time, right? But late at night, alone in my room, I couldn't stop replaying the countdown in my head. And then there was my own timer. A week after Kyle's funeral, I couldn't take it anymore. I reopened the site. The countdown for my name was still there, now sitting at 05, 12, 15:30. The weight of it was suffocating. I needed answers. I started scouring forums, searching for anyone who'd experienced the same thing. Most of the posts were unhelpful, just vague stories or outright jokes. But one thread caught my attention. The user, Watcher77, claimed to know how the site worked. "If you've seen the clock, you're part of the game," he wrote. "You can't stop it. The only way to survive is to transfer the curse to someone else." I stared at the screen, horrified. Was he serious? Desperation led me to do something I'll never forgive myself for. I entered a random name from the news, a local politician I didn't like. The countdown appeared. 07/22/44/03. 3 days later, the man died in a car crash. It wasn't a coincidence anymore. The clock wasn't predicting deaths. It was causing them. The realization hit me like a freight train. I had killed someone. My hands weren't physically responsible, but I'd played God. The guilt was unbearable. I stopped eating, stopped answering calls. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw the timer ticking down, mocking me. And then the messages started. "You think you're safe now?" Watcher77 wrote. "The clock doesn't let anyone go." The message popped up in a chat forum I hadn't even realized I was still logged into. My hands froze over the keyboard. I hadn't spoken directly to anyone about the countdown clock, not even on anonymous boards. So how did this guy know about me? My heart raced as I read the rest of his message. "They let you think you're in control. They let you think you're the one pulling the strings. But the truth is, you're already marked. There's no way out, Mark." My stomach twisted. He knew my name. I wasn't even using my real account. This was an anonymous forum on the dark web. "Who are you?" I typed, fingers trembling. Watcher77 didn't respond right away. I stared at the blinking cursor, each passing second amplifying the dread curling in my gut. Then finally, "Someone who's been where you are. Someone who's still trying to escape." His words struck a nerve. Escape. That's all I'd been thinking about since Kyle's death and my own timer had restarted. "How do I stop it?" I typed. His response came instantly, almost like he was waiting for me to ask. You don't. You pass it on. Or you run. But running only buys time. The idea made me sick. Pass it on. I'd already tested the clock once with that politician's name, and the guilt had been eating me alive ever since. How could I knowingly curse someone else? But here's the thing. Watcher 77 added before I could reply. Running isn't free. They'll come for you. And when they do, it's worse than the clock. What do you mean worse? They'll make you wish the clock had hit 0. For days after my conversation with Watcher 77, I lived in constant paranoia. I stopped going to work, barely slept, and only ate when the hunger pangs became unbearable. The timer on the website kept ticking down, second by second, minute by minute. I checked it obsessively as though staring at it might somehow slow it down. 11:02:35, 18. The number haunted me. 11 days left. 11 days to figure out a way to survive. But then something unexpected happened. The timer froze. I noticed it one night after refreshing the site for the 100th time. Instead of counting down, it was stuck at 10:12:47:03. I stared at the screen, unsure whether to feel relieved or terrified. What did it mean? Was it a glitch? A reprieve? My relief was short-lived. That night, I woke up to the sound of my bedroom window sliding open. I shot up in bed, heart pounding. My apartment was on the 3rd floor, and I never left the window unlocked. The room was pitch dark, save for the faint glow of my phone on the nightstand. I reached for it, fumbling to turn on the flashlight. The beam of light swept across the room, landing on nothing. But the window was wide open. I scrambled out of bed and slammed it shut, locking it this time. My hands were shaking so badly I could barely twist the latch. As I turned back toward the bed, I froze. There was something on my desk that hadn't been there before. A small black envelope. My blood ran cold as I approached it. The envelope was unmarked, but when I picked it up, I could feel something inside, a folded piece of paper. I opened it with trembling fingers. The note was handwritten, scrawled in jagged, uneven letters. Running doesn't work. The message confirmed what I'd feared. Someone, or something, was watching me, and they were close. I packed a bag that night, throwing in essentials, clothes, my laptop, my phone, and the cash I had stashed in a shoebox under my bed. I didn't have a plan, but I knew I couldn't stay in that apartment any longer. I drove aimlessly for hours, finally stopping at a cheap motel on the outskirts of town. The whole time I kept checking my phone, half expecting another message from Watcher 77 or worse, another visit from whoever, or whatever, had broken into my apartment. The next morning, I logged into the site again. The timer had resumed, now sitting at 09:17:22:10. I slammed the laptop shut, fighting the urge to scream. No matter how far I ran, the clock followed me. By the end of the week, I was losing my grip on reality. Sleep was impossible. Every shadow, every creak of the floorboards felt like a threat. I started seeing figures in the corners of my vision, tall, dark shapes that disappeared when I turned to look. In my desperation, I reached out to Watcher 77 again. I need help. Please. His response was immediate. It's too late for help, but there's one thing you can try. What? Find the person who started it. Watcher 77's suggestion rattled me. The person who started it? How was I supposed to find them? And what did they even mean by started it? Was this clock the work of some twisted genius, or something far worse, something supernatural? Desperation drove me to try. Over the next few days, I delved deeper into the dark web than I ever had before, scouring forums and message boards for anything related to the countdown clock. Most posts were vague, users speculating on its origins or recounting their own brushes with its haunting inevitability. But then I found a lead. A thread titled "Clockkeeper's Origin" caught my attention. The original post was a rambling manifesto about a figure called the Keeper, who supposedly controlled the clock and decided whose lives it tracked. The details were sparse, but one comment stood out. They say he's in Ravenhurst. Ravenhurst, a decrepit ghost town about a 4-hour drive from my current motel. Something about the name sent a shiver down my spine. Still, what choice did I have? The road to Ravenhurst was desolate, flanked by gnarled trees that seemed to close in the further I drove. The town itself was even worse, a crumbling relic of a bygone era. Abandoned houses with shattered windows loomed like sentinels, their hollow interiors swallowing the daylight. I parked near what used to be the town square and started walking. Every step echoed in the oppressive silence. Eventually I found it, a decrepit church with a sagging roof and a rusted sign that read, "St. Halford's Chapel." The air inside was heavy with mildew, but there were signs of recent activity. Footprints in the dust, melted candle stubs on the altar. At the far end of the chapel, a spiral staircase descended into darkness. Heart pounding, I switched on my flashlight and started down. The basement was a maze of stone corridors, and at its center was a room lit by a single flickering bulb. And there he was, the Keeper. He was an old man, rail-thin, with sunken eyes and skin that looked like parchment. He sat at a desk cluttered with papers, monitors, and a strange mechanical device that ticked like a clock. "I knew you'd come," he rasped without looking up. "What is this?" I demanded, gesturing at the machine. "Why are you doing this?" The Keeper chuckled, a dry, hollow sound. "It's not me," he said. "The clock is older than you can imagine. I'm just its caretaker." He explained, or at least he tried to. The clock, he claimed, was a force beyond comprehension, a harbinger of fate that marked those it deemed unworthy. He didn't create it, he found it. And once you're marked, there are only 2 outcomes. You pass it on, or you die. "What happens if I destroy it?" I asked, gripping the edge of the desk. His smile faded. "You can't destroy it. You'll only make it angrier." Before I could respond, the clock on his desk started to chime. The sound was deafening, like 1,000 church bells ringing in unison. "Go!" the Keeper shouted, panic in his voice. "They're coming!" I didn't need to be told twice. I bolted up the stairs, the chime of the clock reverberating in my ears. As I reached the chapel's main floor, the ground trembled beneath my feet. Shadows writhed on the walls, growing darker and more solid with each passing second. I ran out into the street, jumped into my car, and sped away from Ravenhurst. In my rearview mirror, I saw the shadows spilling out of the church, chasing me down the road. I don't remember much of the drive back. By the time I stopped, I was 3 towns over, my hands shaking too much to keep hold of the wheel. For weeks, I lived in hiding, moving from motel to motel, using cash to avoid leaving a trail. Eventually, I left the state entirely, changed my name, and found a new job in a city where no one knew me. but the clock never left my mind. I wonder sometimes if it's still tracking me, even now. I've stopped checking the site, too afraid of what I might see. But every creak of the floorboards, every flicker of the lights makes my heart race. And then there's the guilt. How many others didn't escape like I did? How many names did the clock take after mine? I try to tell myself I'm free, but deep down, I know the truth. The clock doesn't let anyone go. It's only a matter of time. Let me start by saying I've never been the paranoid type. I live a pretty average life. Office job, a small circle of friends, and a mild addiction to late-night scrolling through Reddit. But everything changed the day I stumbled across something that made my blood run cold. It started innocently enough. I was killing time on my lunch break, clicking through conspiracy forums and dark web horror threads. I wasn't expecting to find anything real, just the usual tall tales about secret societies or government experiments. But then I saw a post that stopped me dead in my tracks. The title read, "Dark Web Marketplace Selling Real Faces." Curiosity got the better of me, and I clicked. The post was full of screenshots from a dark website, blurry and pixelated, but clear enough to see the horrifying truth. Rows upon rows of human faces were for sale, like some kind of grotesque Etsy shop. Some were young, others old. Some had expressions frozen in terror, others looked disturbingly serene. Then I saw it. My face. It was unmistakable. The same scar on my left eyebrow from a childhood accident. The same crooked smile I've always been self-conscious about. I stared at the screen, heart hammering in my chest. My photo was labeled with a username and a price tag. I slammed my laptop shut. It had to be some kind of sick joke, right? Maybe someone pulled my picture from social media. But the thing is, I don't post pictures of myself online, not even on Facebook. And that's when the paranoia began to creep in. That night, I couldn't sleep. I kept replaying the image in my head, trying to figure out how my face ended up on that site. By 2 a.m., I was still wide awake, so I did the one thing I swore I wouldn't do. I reopened my laptop and went back to the post. The thread had exploded with comments. Some people were skeptical, accusing the poster of fabricating the images. Others claimed they recognized their own faces in the screenshots. One user linked to another thread, claiming the site also sold packages tied to the faces, things like home addresses, personal information, and even live streams. My stomach churned. I scrolled back to the image of my face, and something clicked. The background in the photo was my living room. The picture had been taken inside my apartment. I barely had time to process that realization when I noticed something else. Movement outside my window. I live on the 3rd floor, so it wasn't like someone could just walk by. But there it was. A dark figure standing perfectly still on the fire escape. I froze. My blinds were open, and whoever it was could see straight into my apartment. Slowly, I reached for my phone, keeping my eyes locked on the shadowy figure. Then, just as I dialed 911, they turned and disappeared into the night. The police arrived within 10 minutes. 2 officers swept the fire escape while I nervously explained what had happened. They found no one, of course. "You're sure it wasn't just a prank?" one of them asked, his tone skeptical. I wanted to scream. A prank? Who climbs a 3rd-story fire escape in the middle of the night for a laugh? But I kept my cool and told them about the photo, how my face had been taken without my knowledge and posted on some horrifying dark web marketplace. They didn't seem to take that seriously either. Do you have any enemies? Maybe someone playing a trick on you? No, I said firmly. And this isn't a trick. Someone was watching me. They promised to file a report and left me with a vague suggestion to install better locks. I was furious, but more than that, I was scared. Whoever took that photo had been inside my apartment. The next day, I called in sick to work. I needed answers, and I wasn't going to find them sitting in a cubicle. First, I scoured my apartment for any signs of a break-in. There was nothing. No forced locks, no broken windows. It was as if the intruder had teleported inside. Next, I decided to take another look at the dark web post. I downloaded a VPN, installed Tor, and followed the breadcrumb trail from the original thread to the marketplace itself. The site was as sinister as I'd expected. Faces stared back at me from every corner of the screen, each one tagged with a price. Some photos were clearly taken in public, others in intimate settings like bedrooms or kitchens. It felt like a violation just to look at them. Finally, I found my listing. My face. My price. And below it, a link that said more details. I clicked it and a file began to download. The file was massive, and it took nearly an hour to finish downloading. When I finally opened it, my worst fears were confirmed. The package contained dozens of photos of me, most of which I didn't even know existed. There were pictures of me walking to work, shopping for groceries, sitting in a coffee shop. Some had been taken through my apartment window, others from angles that suggested hidden cameras inside my home. But the worst part was the document labeled profile.txt. It was a detailed dossier on me. My full name, age, address, workplace, habits, and even medical history. There was also a section labeled Additional Requests, which listed things like close-up photos, a video of subject sleeping, access to subject's phone. I slammed my laptop shut, my hands trembling. Someone was watching me, tracking me. And they weren't just selling my face. They were selling my life. The following days felt like a blur. I couldn't escape the sense of being watched. Every little sound made me jump. Every shadow felt like someone was standing just out of sight. I even started noticing little things around my apartment, like the slightly open window when I was sure I had closed it, or the misplaced book on my shelf. But the most disturbing thing, I kept seeing the same face, but not mine. I would pass by a store window, glance at someone in the crowd, and for a split second, I could swear they looked exactly like me. It made me question everything. Was I losing my mind? Or was I truly being stalked by someone who was starting to build a sick replica of me? I had to find out more. So I returned to the dark website again, desperate for answers. But this time things were different. My face wasn't just listed for sale. It was now being bidded on. The clock was ticking down. Someone had made an offer. The final countdown was in full swing, and I could feel the weight of time closing in on me. Wasn't about to wait around for whatever twisted plans they had for my face. I needed to get answers. And fast. I went deep into the dark web, following links to other forums and marketplaces. Some of it was useless, just more terrifying auction sites and untraceable links. But after hours of searching, I found a forum where others had posted similar stories. The posts were horrifying. People were reporting that their photos, just like mine, had been taken without their knowledge, uploaded to these dark web auctions, and sold to the highest bidder. but worse than that. Some of them had received strange, cryptic messages once their photos had been sold. One post stood out to me. A man who had posted his experience said, "I thought it was over. I thought it was just an image, but they knew where I was. They were always a step ahead." I felt the same dread crawling up my spine. Someone had my face, my details. They were tracking me, and soon they'd come for me too. 2 days later, I got my first message. It was from an anonymous user with the username Observer. The message was short and simple. "Time is running out." The hairs on the back of my neck stood on end. I had no idea who this person was or how they had found me, but it was clear that they were involved in this dark web auction somehow. I replied immediately, trying to gather any information I could. "What do you want? Why my face?" The response came just a few minutes later. "You're just a product now, but I think you can still change things. The clock is almost up." I felt my stomach twist. They weren't threatening me directly, but the message was still loaded with ominous implications. The clock was ticking and I was running out of time. I couldn't sit around any longer, waiting for things to escalate. I needed to do something. I found an old, reliable contact who worked in cybersecurity. He had helped me a couple of times in the past with minor issues. I told him everything about the dark web, the auction, the photos, the profile. He seemed more intrigued than concerned, but he agreed to help me dig deeper. We spent hours scouring through digital traces, trying to track the source of the auction. And that's when we found something. An IP address, traceable but carefully hidden behind layers of encryption. But my contact had a trick up his sleeve. He managed to get a trace on it. My heart stopped when he told me, "This is local. The auction is coming from your city." The realization hit me hard. Whoever was behind this wasn't some faceless person from across the world. They were close. They were right here in my city, living among us. I asked my contact to keep digging while I tried to lay low, but it was becoming impossible. I started seeing things, shadows in the corner of my vision, people staring at me in the street, people who looked strangely familiar but weren't anyone I knew. That night, after a long shift at work, I came home to find my front door slightly ajar. Panic set in. I rushed inside, scanning my apartment, but nothing seemed out of place. My phone buzzed on the coffee table. An anonymous message had come through. "Are you scared yet?" That's when I knew. They were coming for me. The clock on the auction site was almost at 0. I hadn't received a new message since the "Are you scared yet?" one, but I could feel their presence in the city. I couldn't escape the feeling that someone was always watching, always following me. Desperate, I went to the police again, but they couldn't do anything. The nature of the dark web made it impossible for them to track anything down without a solid lead. I was alone. The auction page was still active. My face was still up for sale, and the bids were only climbing. The sickening reality hit me. My face was a commodity, a product for someone else's twisted pleasure. I had no choice but to accept that the nightmare wasn't just about to end. It was just beginning. It was late when I heard the knock at my door. At first I thought I imagined it. But then there was another knock. Louder this time, more urgent. I looked through the peephole, but there was no one there. Just empty air. I stepped back, confused and scared. And then the knock came again. But this time it wasn't on the door. It was on the window. I froze. The figure outside was obscured by the darkness, but I could tell it was him, the one who had been watching me, the one who had been following me. The window rattled. Whoever it was tried to force it open. I bolted back, adrenaline surging. I grabbed my phone to call the police, but before I could dial, the knocking stopped. I was alone again, with the situation growing worse by the minute. I knew I had to leave town. I packed my things quickly, without much thought, throwing everything into a bag. But as I stood in the doorway, ready to leave, I heard a voice. "You're not going anywhere." It was a whisper, but it was so real, so chilling. I spun around, but there was no one there. My apartment felt colder. I couldn't stay here anymore. I fled, leaving everything behind. The apartment, the memories, the nightmare. I needed to escape, to get away from whatever was hunting me. I found a new place to live. Far from the city, in a small town where no one knew me. I changed my job, changed my number, and tried to forget. For a while, I almost felt like I was safe. But the fear never fully left. The nightmares still came at night. The feeling of being watched never really disappeared. And every time I saw a face that resembled mine, on TV, in the street, anywhere, I couldn't help but wonder if they were looking for me too. I don't know if I'll ever truly escape. I wonder how many others are like me, whose faces are being sold, whose lives are being auctioned off to the highest bidder. I wonder how many of them didn't get away. The auction site is still up, still selling faces. The clock never stops ticking. And I can't help but feel that my face might still be on there, somewhere, waiting for someone to make the final bid. Maybe I'll never know who's behind it. But one thing is for sure, I'll never be the same. The worst part? I'm not sure they've forgotten about me yet. All right, let me start by saying this is something I don't talk about. Ever. Partly because I'm still not sure how much of it was real, and partly because, honestly, I don't think anyone would believe me. But for some reason, I keep coming back to it, playing the whole experience in my head like some messed up movie reel I can't turn off. It all started one night during a stretch when I was working nights. The pay was good, but the nights were long, and after a while you start feeling like you're the last person left in the world. Anyway, on my nights off I'd find myself up at weird hours, just wandering around my apartment. I spent a lot of time online, exploring random websites, reading strange forums. One night, I stumbled on a thread about the dark web. You know, the side of the internet you're not supposed to access unless you have a really good reason. Most people use it for things like anonymity or research. But I'd heard enough stories to know there were darker sides to it too. I started reading through people's stories, half curious, half horrified. There were accounts of people seeing things they couldn't unsee, being exposed to nightmares beyond anything you'd find on the regular internet. At first I thought it was all just fiction, horror stories people made up for attention. But as I kept reading, there were certain details that didn't feel made up. Something about them felt real, too real. And I found myself wondering what exactly was hiding out there on the internet's darkest corners. One night, my curiosity got the better of me. I installed Tor, set up my VPN, and went in, just planning to browse. I figured I'd look around for a bit, get a little scare, and then get it out of my system. Just one night. But if I'd known then what I know now, I would have closed that laptop and never looked back. After a bit of poking around, I ended up on this forum. It wasn't your typical dark web place. There were no illegal offers, no shady trades. Just people sharing links, sharing experiences, some even posting short video clips. It looked harmless enough, but the weird part was that everyone was anonymous. No usernames, no avatars, just a string of numbers to identify each user. Messages were short, cryptic, almost like they didn't want to say too much. The first post I clicked on just had a single line. Once you see, you can't unsee. I figured it was a joke, like, some kind of horror warning or whatever. But the comments were all dead serious. People were talking about seeing it, about how they couldn't sleep afterward, about how it would show up in their lives, and they couldn't get rid of it. No one really explained what it was, though. And then, down at the bottom, someone had posted a link, like it was a secret only a few were supposed to find. I hesitated. I mean, the whole thing felt off, but I clicked on it anyway. It was one of those decisions where the moment you do it, you know you messed up, but you just hope it's not as bad as you think it'll be. The page was plain, no images, just this massive block of text scrolling endlessly. The words were jumbled and confusing, like someone had smashed a keyboard. I was about to close out when a message box popped up at the bottom of the screen. It said, "What would you like to know?" I stared at the box, feeling this icy chill run down my spine. But I typed in the question anyway. What is this place? There was a pause, and then the response popped up. A gateway. At this point, I was fully creeped out, but something in me kept pushing forward. I typed, "A gateway to what?" The response came almost instantly. A place between places. A watcher in the dark. I don't know what I was expecting, but that wasn't it. I tried to close the browser, but the window wouldn't budge. It was like my laptop was frozen, and I could feel my heart pounding in my chest. I typed one last question. Who are you? The response read, "The one who sees." After that, my screen flickered, and then the page just disappeared. My laptop shut down completely. I sat there in the dark, staring at the blank screen, feeling like something was breathing down my neck. I told myself it was just a fluke, some glitch in the program, maybe my laptop overheating. But that feeling, that creeping sensation that something was watching me, it stayed. I tried to forget about it, to go back to my regular routine, but things didn't go back to normal. Weird stuff started happening around my apartment. At night, I'd hear these faint scratching noises coming from the walls, like something was crawling around inside. Sometimes I'd wake up and see shadows moving across the ceiling, even though there was nothing there to cast them. Then, one night, I woke up to a strange sound. It was like a whisper, just on the edge of hearing, coming from the direction of my laptop. I slowly got out of bed, feeling that chill of dread return as I walked over to my desk. The screen was on, even though I hadn't touched it. There was a single line of text on the screen, just floating in the middle of the black background. "Are you still watching?" My heart skipped a beat. I tried to close the screen, but it wouldn't shut off. I stared at the text, feeling this growing sense of terror, And then, as if responding to my thoughts, another line appeared. Good. Keep watching. After that, my laptop shut itself off again. I tried to forget it, to convince myself it was all in my head, maybe some kind of strange prank or virus. But that night I started having these nightmares. In them I was back on the dark web, scrolling through endless pages of blank staring faces. Each one seemed to follow me, their eyes tracking my every move, whispering something I couldn't quite make out. And behind all of them was this shadow, this dark figure that just watched from a distance. The next morning, I found my laptop on with a new message on the screen. You cannot escape the Watcher. I lost it. I packed up my things, left my apartment, and crashed at a friend's place for a few days. I told myself it was just paranoia, that I was overreacting, that if I just took a break, it would all go away. But it didn't. I came back home, exhausted and jumpy, only to find my laptop on my bed, open to that same message. And then, as I stared at it, the words started changing. I am everywhere. I am in the silence. I am in the shadows. You will always be watched. To this day, I still can't go near a computer without feeling like I'm being watched, like there's something lurking just beyond the screen, waiting for me to let my guard down. Maybe it was just a twisted game, some hacker messing with me. But I can't shake the feeling that I opened something I was never meant to see, that I invited something into my life that will never leave. All right, I don't know exactly how to start this. I don't talk about it often, but it's one of those things that doesn't leave you, you know? I guess there are just some experiences that etch themselves into your mind. And this, well, I'll be haunted by it forever. It all started when I was in a rough spot. I was dealing with a lot of stress, personal stuff, work pressure, just everything piling up. I've always been into the internet, digging around, researching random things, even the weirder side of stuff. One night, I was reading about the deep web, and eventually the dark web. I'd always thought it was kind of an urban legend, some digital version of those horror stories you hear about haunted places. But there I was, sitting in my dark room at 3 a.m, clicking through stories that got under my skin in a way I can't fully explain. I came across this forum thread talking about things people had seen, experienced, stuff that goes way beyond illegal activities. They described strange rituals, sites dedicated to bizarre philosophies, disturbing communities gathering around dark ideas. And of course, that one question kept coming up over and over again. How far would you go just to see something you shouldn't? Curiosity took over, as it does. I got myself Tor, set up a VPN, and entered the maze of the dark web. It was both exciting and terrifying at first. Some pages were just dead ends, sites selling illegal stuff or shady hacker-for-hire services. But after hours of random links, I stumbled on a chat room. It was a simple-looking site, minimal design, almost like an old-school forum. The difference was that everyone's identity was completely hidden. No usernames, no profile images, just numbers. At first, I just observed. The conversations seemed ordinary, just people talking about strange experiences they'd had on the dark web, some discussing conspiracy theories. But one message caught my eye. It was from someone who had seen something he couldn't unsee. He didn't describe what it was, only that it changed him. and beneath his post was a single link with a comment reading, "Do you want to see it too?" I felt that pull, almost like a dare. Like whoever posted it knew I'd be curious. Against my better judgment, I clicked the link. It took me to a page that was completely black, just empty space, except for one thing. At the very center, there was a live video feed. It looked like a room, dimly lit, with something large draped in a tarp in the middle. A clock in the corner counted down from 5 minutes. It was creepy, yeah, but curiosity got the better of me. I figured it was just someone setting up a prank or some kind of scare video. I stayed just to see what would happen. The clock hit 0. The screen flickered for a second, and then there was movement. A figure walked into the frame, wearing this blank white mask, the kind you'd see at a Halloween store. They had on dark clothes, and in one hand, they held a piece of paper with some scribbles on it. They lifted the paper to the camera, but I couldn't make out what it said. Before I could get a closer look, the screen went black. Then, the chat box opened again. I hadn't even noticed it before, but someone or something started typing. The message read, "Would you like to participate?" I stared at it, feeling this horrible chill creep up my spine. "Participate in what?" I typed back. No answer. The screen stayed black for a few seconds, and then the video feed came back. But this time, the camera was closer, like the person behind it had adjusted it to face a door in the room. Slowly, the doorknob began to turn. My heart was racing, but I couldn't look away. I didn't know what to expect, but I braced myself. The door creaked open, and a second figure stepped through. This one wasn't masked. They just stared into the camera with hollow eyes, as if they were staring right at me, through the screen. I could see a strange symbol drawn on their forehead, some kind of mark I'd never seen before. They tilted their head, looking almost curious. The chat box pinged again. "Do you want to join them?" I typed, "Who are you?" I didn't expect an answer. I thought maybe it was some kind of automated scare script, but this time, the response was immediate. "I am your visitor." Now I was really freaked out. I slammed my laptop shut, trying to shake the eerie feeling creeping over me. I thought it was over, just a creepy sight that had sucked me in. But that night I woke up around 3:30 a.m. I don't even know why. Something just didn't feel right. I was lying there staring at the ceiling when I heard it, a soft tapping on my bedroom window. I live on the 3rd floor. There's no fire escape, nothing near the window, just a sheer drop to the ground below. I forced myself to look, even though every instinct was screaming not to. My curtains were drawn, but I could see a shadow behind them. And then from outside, a whisper, barely audible but chilling. "Do you want to join us?" I don't remember what happened next. I must have blacked out or something. But when I came to, it was daylight. I told myself it was just a dream, that I'd let that sight get to me, and my mind was playing tricks. But that night, I noticed something on my laptop screen. It was on, displaying a black background with white text. "Why did you close the door?" I shut down my laptop, determined to move on. But the visitor didn't go away. Every night for a week I heard the tapping, sometimes louder, sometimes softer. Once I even thought I saw a face pressed against the glass, staring in with hollow eyes, just like the person from the video feed. One night, the message on my laptop changed. This time, it wasn't a question. It was a demand. Open the door. I don't know why, but I felt compelled to listen. My hand moved on its own, reaching toward the door to my apartment. I twisted the lock, and for a few seconds, I felt like I was in some sort of trance. But then, my mind snapped back and I slammed the door shut. Since that night, I've tried everything to get rid of them. New computers, moving apartments, even changing my phone. But they always find me, leaving messages in places I'd never expect. A sticky note on my bathroom mirror that reads, "Are you ready to join?" A voicemail from an unknown number with nothing but soft breathing on the other end. The worst part? I think they're getting closer. So listen, I know basements get a bad rep. We've all seen enough horror movies to get the idea. Basements are dark, creepy, and full of strange noises, right? But I never really believed in that stuff until this happened. Honestly, if you'd told me a year ago that I'd be terrified of my own basement, I'd have laughed it off. But now I can't even look at a staircase leading down without feeling this weird cold dread. And I swear, what I'm about to tell you, it's true. Every word of it. It started when I moved into this old house that my grandparents had left me. The house was not exactly in the best shape. You could tell it had been neglected for years. Cracks in the walls, floorboards that creaked under the slightest weight, and, of course, that basement. But I was broke, and the thought of a mortgage was way scarier than some rundown house, so I figured, what the hell? I'd fix it up and make it my own. From the start, the basement was off. I'm talking about a smell. This nasty, damp smell that hit you the second you even opened the door to the basement stairs. I figured it was just mold or something. Old houses come with weird smells, right? No big deal. But then I noticed weird things down there. Small stuff at first. Tools I'd left neatly in one spot would end up across the room. The flashlight I left on a ledge was on the floor the next morning. I just thought I was being forgetful or clumsy. I never connected the dots. But then the noises started. Every night, around 3 a.m. And yes, I know it sounds like a horror movie cliche, but it's true. I'd hear these soft noises coming from downstairs. Not loud, not like someone was down there or anything. More like scratching. It was this constant, repetitive sound, like fingernails dragging against concrete. I'd lie in bed just staring at the ceiling, trying to convince myself it was nothing. Maybe the house settling or rats or whatever. But every night it got worse. Louder, more insistent, like something was trying to claw its way out. I finally decided to do something about it. One night, flashlight in hand, I went down there. I kept thinking I'd find a raccoon or some animal that had somehow snuck in, but there was nothing, just silence. The minute I set foot on that basement floor, everything went still. No scratching, no movement, just me and the faint sound of dripping water from one of the pipes. I figured maybe I'd scared whatever it was into hiding, so I looked around, tapping on walls and searching for any possible entrances. Nothing. But as I was about to go back upstairs, I heard a whisper. I'm not kidding. It was so faint, like someone was speaking right next to me, but just out of reach. My skin crawled, every hair on my body standing on end. It was gibberish, I think, just a low, breathy mumble that I couldn't make out. I bolted up the stairs, slammed the door, and tried to laugh it off. but I couldn't shake it. I mean, there was nobody down there, right? There couldn't be. I hadn't seen a thing. Over the next few days, things got worse. I'd wake up to find scratches on my arms, thin red lines that looked like someone had dragged their nails down my skin. I'd be wide awake and suddenly feel this cold, clammy touch on my back. But the worst part was the dreams. They were vivid, way more real than anything I'd ever experienced. In the dreams, I was down in the basement, trapped. The walls were closing in, and there was this figure standing in the corner, just standing there, staring at me, eyes wide and unblinking. I couldn't move, couldn't breathe, and every time, just as it would reach for me, I'd wake up, drenched in sweat, heart pounding. One night, after weeks of this, I snapped. I was so sick of feeling like a prisoner in my own house, so I decided I'd face whatever was down there head on. Maybe it was just my imagination, but I needed answers. So, around 3 a.m., I grabbed my phone for light and stormed down the basement steps, determined to figure it out. I could feel that cold dread creeping over me as I went down, but I pushed it aside. I was going to get to the bottom of this, no matter what. When I got down there, I noticed something strange right away. There was a spot on the floor, near the back wall, that looked wrong, like the concrete was different there, newer. My heart was racing, but I forced myself to kneel down and start feeling around. Sure enough, the cement was loose, like someone had done a hasty job patching it up. I found a hammer and started chipping away at the spot, not even sure what I was expecting. The scratching noises seemed to echo in my ears, even though I knew it was just in my head. And then, finally, I broke through the layer of concrete and saw a small black box. I lifted it out, hands shaking, and opened it. Inside was this old, yellowed piece of paper and a lock of hair. Human hair, dark and brittle. The note was covered in this shaky handwriting that barely made sense, but I could make out one line. "I am still here. You cannot keep me hidden." That was it. I slammed the box shut and bolted upstairs. I don't know what that note meant, who wrote it, or why it was hidden in my basement. All I knew was that whatever had been down there hadn't left, and now it knew I'd found it. After that night, the sounds stopped. The scratching, the whispers, gone. But the feeling didn't. I still felt that cold, icy dread every time I looked at the basement door. I moved out not long after that, leaving the house and all its dark secrets behind. But I can't shake the feeling that whatever was down there is still waiting. Look, I know this sounds weird, but I swear to you, every single thing I'm about to tell you is true. It started out pretty harmless, just little things that didn't add up. But by the end, I was questioning my own sanity. If it hadn't happened to me, there's no way I'd believe it. So, this all started when I decided to move back to my hometown. I grew up in this quiet old town with lots of history. But you know how it goes. When you're young, all you want to do is get out. But after years in the city, the small town life was calling me back. My parents had passed, and they left me the house I grew up in. So I figured, why not go back and save on rent? The place wasn't massive or anything, just an old 2-story house with creaky floors and, of course, a basement. I never thought much of that basement as a kid. I just knew it was creepy, dark, and usually smelled like a mix of mildew and something metallic. My mom always told me to stay out of it, saying it wasn't safe with all the old shelves and rusty tools. So, I rarely went down there. But as an adult moving back in, I figured I'd need to clean it out at some point. The first couple of nights were fine. I unpacked, got settled in, started a new job in town, and kind of forgot about the basement. But the third night, I started hearing sounds coming from below. Now, it wasn't like loud banging or anything, just soft, subtle noises. I brushed it off as the house settling. This place was old after all. Then I noticed a strange smell seeping up from the basement door. Not like the usual musty smell, but something different. Kind of sweet but sour at the same time, like rotting fruit. I knew I had to get down there and figure out what was causing it. So I decided to check it out on my next day off. That Saturday, I grabbed a flashlight, put on some gloves, and opened the door to the basement. As soon as I took a step down, that smell hit me full force. It was overpowering, like it had been trapped there for years. I held my breath and went down the stairs slowly. The basement looked just like I remembered. Low ceilings, concrete floors, and shelves lined with dusty, forgotten things. Nothing looked particularly strange, but the smell was coming from somewhere, so I started investigating. I searched for maybe half an hour before I found it. Tucked into the far corner, almost hidden by old boxes and shelves, was a trap door in the floor. It was small, like a crawl space cover, and covered in thick dust, like no one had touched it in years. My stomach dropped just looking at it. But of course, curiosity got the best of me. I pried the door open, and that's when I saw the hole. It wasn't large, maybe just big enough to squeeze through if you crawled. But what creeped me out wasn't the size. It was the fact that there was a narrow, hand-dug tunnel leading down into darkness. The smell was even worse now, practically stinging my eyes, and I had no idea what could be down there. Part of me wanted to just seal it up and forget I'd ever seen it, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something was down there, waiting. After debating with myself for what felt like forever, I grabbed my flashlight and lowered myself into the tunnel. I know, it was a stupid move. But something about that hole felt like it was calling to me, like I had to see what was down there. The tunnel went on for a while, twisting and turning, and was barely big enough for me to move through. The smell got worse with every foot, and the air felt thick, like I was breathing in something alive. Finally, I reached what seemed to be the end. A small, dark room dug into the dirt. The light from my flashlight barely pierced the darkness, but I could see something strange on the floor. Old bones scattered around. Animal bones, maybe. And then, my flashlight caught something else. A box. It was this small metal box, covered in rust and dirt, like it had been there for decades. My hands were shaking as I opened it, half expecting something to jump out. But instead, there was just a small, folded-up piece of paper. I unfolded it, and my heart practically stopped when I read the words, "You shouldn't have come here." I bolted out of that tunnel as fast as I could, my mind racing. I don't know how I made it back to the basement, but as soon as I was out, I slammed the trapdoor shut and covered it with anything heavy I could find. My pulse was racing and I felt like I was being watched. That night I couldn't sleep. I lay in bed, every little noise making me jump. Around 3 a.m. I started hearing a faint scratching noise coming from below. It was the kind of scratching that makes your skin crawl, slow and deliberate, like nails dragging against wood. I tried to ignore it, telling myself it was just rats or something. But the scratching got louder. and closer. Eventually, I heard it right beneath my bed. I froze, too scared to even breathe. The scratching kept going, moving around the room beneath me, as if it knew I was there. I stayed awake all night, just listening, until the sun finally rose and the noise stopped. The next few days were hell. Every night I'd hear that scratching, like whatever was down there was trying to claw its way up. I called an exterminator, but they found nothing. No animals, no droppings, nothing. Just that horrible smell that lingered in the basement. Finally, I couldn't take it anymore. I decided to get out of the house, stay with a friend for a while, and just not think about it. But as I was packing, I heard it again, louder than ever. This time it wasn't scratching. It was footsteps, heavy and slow, coming up from the basement. They stopped just outside my bedroom door, and then I heard the handle turn. That was it. I grabbed my keys, left everything behind, and ran out of the house. I don't know what was in that basement, or who, or what had left that note. But whatever it wasn't human. I never went back to that house. And sometimes, even now, I'll wake up in the middle of the night, and I'll swear I hear those same footsteps just outside my door. Man, I don't even know where to start with this story. If I hadn't lived through it myself, I'd never believe it. My family has this old house just outside of town. It's one of those old farmhouses with creaky floors, drafty windows, and of course, a basement that no one ever wants to go near. Now this basement isn't like your typical one. It's massive, practically as big as the house itself, but it's split into these little sections, half finished, half dirt. My grandparents used to store everything down there. So much stuff. Old furniture, family heirlooms, boxes upon boxes of who knows what. There's even this tiny wine cellar tucked into a corner, and I swear as a kid, I thought it was the creepiest thing in the world. Growing up, I'd always get that weird feeling around the house, especially the basement. You know, the feeling like someone's watching you. My friends would stay over sometimes, and they'd all say the same thing. There's something wrong with the basement. But we were kids, and we'd just laugh it off, teasing each other. No one took it seriously. Not until much, much later. So a few years ago, I ended up moving back to that house for a while. My parents had moved to the city, but they wanted to keep the place, so they let me stay there. And honestly, the timing was perfect. I was in between jobs and needed a place to crash for a bit, so it worked out. For the first couple of weeks, everything seemed fine. It was nice being back, a bit nostalgic even. I'd forgotten how quiet it could be, though. It's that kind of silence that lets you hear every creak, every whisper of wind, every shifting of wood in the walls. It was almost peaceful. Almost. One night, maybe around 2 or 3 a.m., I woke up to this noise. It sounded like something shifting downstairs. It was faint, but in a house that quiet, every little sound seems 100 times louder. I tried to brush it off as an animal outside or the house settling, but it didn't stop. It was this soft, steady thumping sound, like something tapping on the floor. I finally convinced myself to get up and check it out. I grabbed my phone, turned on the flashlight, and made my way downstairs. The noise seemed to be coming from the basement. Standing there at the top of those old stairs, my heart was pounding. I don't know why, but something about it felt wrong, like I shouldn't go down there. but being the stubborn idiot I am, I went down anyway. As soon as I stepped into the basement, the smell hit me. It was a heavy, sour smell, like mildew and rot mixed together. It wasn't there before. I was sure of it. I waved the flashlight around, looking for anything that might explain the smell, but there was nothing. Just the usual stacks of boxes and old furniture. The weird thing was, as I moved deeper into the basement, the smell got stronger, almost like it was guiding me somewhere. Then, in the far corner, I noticed something strange. There was this old, heavy door, one I didn't remember ever seeing before. It was half hidden behind some old shelves and crates, and it looked ancient, like it hadn't been touched in decades. The wood was cracked and splintered, and there were these old metal hinges, rusted and barely hanging on. At that point, my gut was screaming at me to turn around and go back upstairs. But of course, curiosity got the best of me. I reached out, and the second my hand touched the door, I swear I felt this chill run down my spine, like I was touching something that didn't want to be touched. But I ignored it and pushed the door open. Inside there was another room, a small, cramped space, barely lit by my phone's flashlight. The walls were covered in what looked like these strange symbols. Symbols I'd never seen before, carved deep into the wood. And in the center of the room, there was this thing. It looked like a small hand-carved figurine, about the size of a baby doll. But it wasn't any kind of doll I'd ever seen. Its face was twisted, almost like it was in pain, with these deep, hollow eyes that seemed to stare right through me. Now I don't know why I did it. Maybe I was just in a daze. But I reached out and picked up the figurine. The second I did, this loud, echoing bang came from somewhere behind me. I jumped, nearly dropping the thing, and spun around. But there was nothing. Just the darkness of the basement stretching back to the stairs. That's when I heard it. Breathing. Soft, slow breathing, coming from somewhere behind me. I felt like I was going to be sick. My hands were shaking and I clutched the figurine like it was some kind of lifeline. I backed up slowly, my eyes darting around, but I couldn't see anyone. The breathing kept getting louder, closer, until I couldn't take it anymore. I bolted. I ran up those stairs, threw the basement door shut, and locked it. I was out of breath, heart racing, and I could still feel that chill all over me. I spent the rest of the night lying awake, just listening. I didn't hear anything else, but I couldn't shake that feeling. Like something was still down there, waiting. Over the next few days, strange things started happening. I'd hear footsteps at night, coming from the basement, slow and deliberate. Sometimes I'd wake up and find things moved around in my room. Small things, like my keys or my phone, just slightly out of place. Once I found that figurine on my nightstand, staring up at me with those hollow eyes. I'd left it in the basement, but somehow it had made its way up to my room. I tried telling myself it was all in my head. Maybe I'd brought the figurine up and forgotten, or maybe I was just stressed and imagining things. But every time I looked at it, I felt that same chill, that feeling like I was being watched. Finally, one night, I couldn't take it anymore. I grabbed the figurine, took it outside, and buried it in the backyard, as far from the house as I could. For a moment, I felt relief, like I'd gotten rid of whatever was haunting me. But that night, the footsteps started again, louder this time, echoing through the house. I could hear them coming up the stairs, slowly, one step at a time. I lay in bed, frozen, clutching the blankets like they could somehow protect me. The footsteps stopped right outside my bedroom door. I held my breath, waiting, praying for it to go away. Then, slowly the door creaked open. I never saw anything, but I could feel it. Whatever was in that basement, whatever was connected to that figurine, it wasn't gone. It was here, in the room with me, and it wasn't leaving. The next morning I packed my bags and left that house. I don't know what's down there, and I don't want to find out. All I know is I'll never go back to that basement again. And if you're ever in that house, don't go down there either. I've had this gnawing feeling in my gut ever since it happened. I can't shake it. And I honestly feel like it's only a matter of time before I have to face the consequences. I'm not proud of this story, and I can't even believe I'm telling it. But if it can serve as a warning for anyone else, maybe it's worth it. I'm talking about the dark web. And I'm not talking about some random forum or weird memes. I'm talking about the kind of dark web people tell you not to mess with. I wish I'd listened. It started one night when my buddy Ian and I were drinking at his place. We were messing around on his computer, mostly looking up random conspiracy theories. Ian is the type who gets kicks out of anything strange or forbidden, and he'd been into dark web stuff for a while. But it was always low-key stuff, like forums talking about urban legends or obscure mysteries. Nothing dangerous. But that night, he mentioned something new. Ian told me he'd found a private dark web server, a place he described as different. When I asked him what that meant, he got quiet, and his face went pale. "It's not just a forum or some random marketplace," he whispered. "It's like an archive. It's like some kind of library, but with things you aren't supposed to see." I should have taken that as my cue to leave, but instead, I leaned in. Maybe it was the alcohol talking, but I asked him to show me. Ian hesitated, but eventually he gave in. He opened up Tor, went through a bunch of layers to mask our location, and navigated to this site that was all black, except for a single blinking cursor. He typed in a password, and we were in. The screen filled with text, but it wasn't like any website I'd ever seen. There were no menus, no links, just lines of text, like an old-school chat room. And the first message I saw made my blood run cold. It read, "Welcome to the Lost Files. Seekers beware." I glanced at Ian, but he was just staring at the screen, frozen. Then another message popped up, seemingly directed at us. "Do you wish to proceed? YN." "Dude, I don't like this," I muttered. But Ian typed Y and hit enter before I could stop him. A list of file names appeared, all of them with weird titles like Experiment H12 Valves Classified or Eyes Only, Subject Z83. I didn't recognize any of it, and honestly, it looked like a load of nonsense. But then, Ian clicked on a file titled Lost Footage, Operation Midnight, and I felt a pit form in my stomach. The file loaded, and it was a video. The footage was grainy and low res, but it showed some kind of medical lab. There were people in lab coats moving around a table with a patient on it. The person on the table looked sedated, almost like they were sleeping, but something was off. Their arms and legs were strapped down, and the staff seemed nervous. I couldn't understand what was happening. But then the camera zoomed in on the patient's face, and I felt my skin crawl. Their eyes were open, wide and alert, but they couldn't move. It was like they were trapped inside their own body. fully aware of what was happening but powerless to do anything. Suddenly, one of the doctors turned and looked directly at the camera. He mouthed something, but there was no sound. Then the screen went black, and a new message appeared. Do not proceed further. You've been warned. I turned to Ian, freaked out. Dude, let's just stop, I pleaded. But Ian shook his head, eyes glued to the screen. We've come this far, he whispered. One more file. I watched as he clicked on a new file labeled The Deepest Veil. It opened up another video, but this time the setting was different. It looked like a basement, dimly lit with concrete walls and a single chair in the middle of the room. A man was sitting there, blindfolded and bound. His head was drooping, and I could tell he'd been there for a while. Then, footsteps echoed from off-screen, and someone walked into the frame, wearing a dark cloak and a mask that looked like an animal skull. The masked person knelt down in front of the man in the chair, took out a notebook, and started reading aloud in a language I couldn't understand. The words sounded ancient, almost like a chant, and the man in the chair started to convulse, as if he were having a seizure. At that point, I couldn't take it anymore. I reached over and tried to close the laptop, but Ian slapped my hand away, his eyes wide with fascination. Wait, just wait, he insisted. The video kept playing, and the chanting grew louder. The man in the chair began to scream, and his body twisted in unnatural ways. I watched in horror as his skin started to peel back, as if something was trying to claw its way out of him. The screen glitched, and then static. Just when I thought the video had ended, another message appeared. Are you still watching? I freaked out and slammed the laptop shut. Ian looked at me, furious, but I didn't care. Enough is enough, I told him, barely able to keep my voice steady. Whatever this is, we're done. Ian seemed disappointed, but he finally agreed. We closed out of everything, cleared the browser history, and sat in silence for a while. But I couldn't shake the feeling that we'd made a huge mistake. A couple of nights later, I started getting emails from strange addresses. The messages were cryptic, single sentences like, "You've seen too much," or "Curiosity has a price." I ignored them at first, figuring it was some kind of spam. But then I started getting phone calls in the middle of the night from blocked numbers. When I picked up, no one would say anything. I'd just hear breathing on the other end, slow and deliberate. One night I heard footsteps outside my window. I live on the second floor, so there shouldn't have been anyone up there. But when I looked, I saw a dark figure standing in the shadows, just watching me. I backed away from the window, heart racing, and the figure disappeared. I tried to convince myself it was just my imagination, but I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. Then I got one final email. It was a video attachment, and the subject line read, "You were warned." Against my better judgment, I opened it. The video showed my apartment building, recorded from across the street. The camera zoomed in on my window, and I could see myself inside, moving around, oblivious to the fact that someone was watching me. Then the camera panned down to show a shadowy figure standing outside, staring up at my window. The last frame of the video showed a close-up of the figure's face, or rather, the mask it was wearing. It was the same animal skull mask I'd seen in the dark web video. I haven't seen Ian since. He stopped answering my calls, and when I went to his apartment, it was completely empty. The landlord said he moved out without a word, just vanished one day. I don't know what happened to him, and I'm not sure I want to. As for me, I still get the occasional email from those strange addresses. Messages that just say things like, "We're still watching," or "You can't run forever." I've changed my number, moved apartments, even switched jobs. But it doesn't matter. I know they're still out there, watching, waiting. And I can't help but feel like it's only a matter of time before they come for me. Alright, so I don't talk about this often. I don't think anyone would believe me, and honestly, it still messes with my head. But it's something I can't shake, no matter how hard I try. You know the kind of weird stories you hear about the dark web? The stuff you think has to be made up or exaggerated because no way could it actually be that twisted. Well, I've been there. And trust me, whatever you're imagining, it's so much worse. This was about a year ago, back when I was living in this small, cheap apartment right on the edge of town. My buddy Mark was crashing with me for a few weeks, and we'd been in this weird habit of looking up creepy internet stories, urban legends, conspiracy theories, you name it. One night, after a few beers, Mark suggested we check out the dark web. I was hesitant at first. You hear stories about people buying weird stuff on there, or accidentally stumbling onto something they shouldn't see. But Mark laughed it off, saying, "We're just looking. It's harmless." I figured, what's the worst that could happen? Plus, I was a little buzzed, so I shrugged and agreed. Mark knew his way around Tor, which should have been my first warning sign. He'd been browsing the dark web before and seemed pretty comfortable setting it up, masking our IP address, all that technical stuff. After a few minutes, we were in. At first, it was exactly what I expected. We saw strange chat rooms, forums discussing bizarre topics, and listings for goods that I didn't even know people could buy or sell. I remember seeing a page for black market passports and thinking it was surreal that people actually sold that kind of stuff online. But then, things started getting darker. Mark clicked on this innocuous-looking link that led us to a page with nothing but a black background and a blinking cursor. The title of the page was in some language I didn't recognize, something with symbols that didn't look like any alphabet I'd ever seen. Mark was all excited, thinking we'd found something unique, so he typed a message, something simple like, "Hello?" I half expected nothing to happen, but almost immediately the cursor froze, and then a new message appeared on the screen. "Are you ready to see the truth?" Mark typed back something like, "Yeah, show us." I wish I could tell you why we kept going, but at that moment it felt like we were just caught up in the thrill of the unknown. We were on a website that didn't seem to follow any normal logic, and for whatever reason, that made us want to keep digging. The screen went black, and then a video started playing. It was night vision footage of what looked like an abandoned house, maybe a hospital. The camera was shaky, like someone was holding it while walking, and every so often we'd catch glimpses of strange things in the darkness. Broken furniture, stained walls, something that looked like old medical equipment covered in dust. Suddenly, the camera turned, and we saw a person strapped to a bed, staring up at the ceiling with wide, terrified eyes. They were gagged, clearly struggling, and the sounds they were making, muffled screams, made my blood run cold. The person holding the camera laughed softly, a creepy, distorted sound, before whispering, "You shouldn't have come here. And then, just like that, the screen went black. Mark and I sat there in stunned silence. I looked over at him, and he looked just as freaked out as I was. But he tried to brush it off, saying, "It's probably just a fake video. Something to scare people like us." I nodded, but I wasn't convinced. Something about the whole thing felt too real. Mark wanted to keep going, though, saying we'd come this far and might as well keep digging. Against my better judgment, I agreed. After a few more clicks, we found ourselves on another page, this one with a simple message. "Would you like to play a game?" Again, Mark typed, "Yes." He was into it by now, laughing it off like it was some weird scavenger hunt, but I was starting to feel uneasy. This wasn't just a creepy video or some urban legend. It felt like we'd crossed a line. Suddenly the screen changed, and a new video started playing. This time it was live footage of a dark room with a single chair in the center. After a few seconds, someone was dragged into the room, their hands tied behind their back, and forced into the chair. The person looked terrified, glancing around as if searching for a way to escape. A masked figure entered the frame, standing silently next to the chair. Then, they spoke directly to the camera. "Thank you for joining us." At that point, I'd had enough. I reached over to close the laptop, but the video froze, and a message appeared. "Leaving so soon? We have your information." My heart dropped. Mark and I exchanged a panicked glance, and I could see the fear in his eyes too. We shut everything down, unplugged the laptop, even disconnected the Wi-Fi, thinking that would help. But the damage was done. Over the next few days, things got weirder. I'd get phone calls in the middle of the night from blocked numbers, and when I picked up, there'd be nothing but silence on the other end. Then the emails started, all from anonymous addresses with subject lines like, "We see you, and you shouldn't have looked." One email was just an attachment, a photo taken from outside my apartment building, aimed directly at my window. Whoever sent it had been watching me, maybe even from across the street. That was when I knew we'd really messed up. I called Mark, hoping he was dealing with the same things, but he didn't answer. After a few days of silence, I went over to his place, but his apartment was empty. He'd just vanished. I tried his family, his other friends, even his work, but no one had seen or heard from him. It was like he'd fallen off the face of the earth. In the following weeks, the messages continued. Every so often, I'd get an email with a random subject line like, "Don't look behind you," or, "Are you still there?" They were taunting me, like whoever was on the other end knew I was scared and was playing with me, keeping me on edge. Then one night I came home to find a note taped to my front door. It was written in sloppy, rushed handwriting, and it just said, "Run." I didn't sleep that night. Every little noise, every creak of the floorboards had me jumping out of bed looking over my shoulder. The fear wasn't just in my mind anymore. It was real, like a shadow that followed me everywhere. Eventually I moved out, changed my number, deleted all my social media accounts. But no matter where I go, it's like they still know. I get those emails from random addresses now and then, just a few words to let me know they're still watching. And every time I see one, it feels like a fresh wave of dread, a reminder of the door I opened, The line I crossed that night on the dark web. I know it sounds insane, like something out of a bad horror movie, but it's real. And if you ever think about checking out the dark web, if you're ever curious or tempted by the thrill of the unknown, remember this story. Remember what I'm telling you. Because once you go there, once you cross that line, there's no coming back. I never thought I'd get pulled into the dark web. I'd heard all the warnings and watched way too many horror stories online to know better. But curiosity got the best of me. It all started out as a casual exploration, a kind of dare from a friend who thought it'd be funny to dive into this digital underworld together. He bailed after a couple of hours, but something about it hooked me in. I wish I could say I was only on there once or twice. But the truth is, I got sucked in. I started spending nights scrolling through forums, reading conspiracy theories, and looking at things I probably shouldn't have. There's something oddly addictive about that unknown, the sense that you're peeking behind a forbidden curtain. But the thing is, once you go far enough, you can't unsee things. And sometimes, those things start to see you back. It wasn't long before I found a forum with an innocent-sounding name, Curious Eyes. It was like an online community for dark web thrill seekers, sharing weird stories and experiences, exchanging links to sites that claimed to reveal government secrets or dark rituals. It felt like a dark version of Reddit, where everyone had an alias, and nobody ever seemed to give away any real information about themselves. There was this guy, username Spectre0, who seemed to be everywhere on the forum. He commented on almost every post, every thread, always with some cryptic line or warning. He'd say things like, "Curiosity is a dangerous game," or "Some secrets can't be unseen." I didn't think much of him at first. I figured he was just some edgy user trying to act mysterious. But then one night he messaged me directly. His message was simple. Stop searching. Not everything is for you. I laughed it off. Maybe it was my ego, or maybe I was just naive, but I shrugged it off as someone trying to scare me. I replied with a simple, "I'll take my chances," and kept digging. A few days later, I found myself on a site that looked off. The page was plain, just a black background with a blinking cursor, but after a few seconds, lines of text started appearing. It was as if someone was typing in real time. I remember that strange sinking feeling in my stomach when I read the first message. "Welcome, Curious Eye." The messages were strange, cryptic, almost like riddles or warnings. They talked about secrets hidden in plain sight, dark knowledge passed down through generations, things humanity was never meant to know. I don't know what possessed me to keep reading. Every line was more disturbing than the last. I felt like I was slipping further and further into a bottomless pit. And then, just as suddenly as it had started, the messages stopped. After a few seconds, a new line appeared. It was a question, but not a typical one. It read, "How far are you willing to go to find the truth?" I don't know what I was thinking, but I typed back, "As far as it takes." Instantly, my screen went black. I thought my computer had crashed. But then, a small window popped up, asking me to download a file. There was no name, just a string of random letters and numbers. Against my better judgment, I clicked download. The file took forever to open. My computer whirred and hummed as if it were struggling to process whatever was in that file. Finally, it loaded up, and my screen filled with a series of blurry images. They were surveillance photos of people, taken in dark alleys, empty parking lots, and shadowy corners. Some of the faces were pixelated, but others were disturbingly clear. I don't know why, but something about those photos made my skin crawl. It was like the people in them weren't aware they were being watched. Some of the faces had this look of horror frozen on them, like they'd seen something terrifying right before the photo was taken. And then, I saw it, a photo of myself. It was recent. I recognized the hoodie I was wearing, the spot outside my apartment where I usually parked my car. Chills ran down my spine as I stared at it, trying to figure out how this was possible. My mind raced through 100 different explanations, none of which made any sense. I checked my windows, locked my doors, and sat back down, trying to catch my breath. But the images were still there, each one staring back at me like silent witnesses to something I didn't understand. Just as I was about to shut down my computer, a message appeared on the screen. You were warned. It was from Spectre Zero. I closed my laptop, terrified. I felt exposed, vulnerable, like I was being watched from every angle. I tried to brush it off as a scare tactic, but deep down, I knew it was more than that. Whoever Spectre Zero was, they knew where I lived. They'd been close enough to take that picture without me even noticing. Days went by, and I tried to put the incident out of my mind, but every night I felt uneasy, like something was out of place. And then, one night, I heard footsteps outside my window. Slow, deliberate steps, stopping just beneath my bedroom window. I lay there, paralyzed, listening. Then, as quietly as they had come, the footsteps faded away. The next morning, I found a small note taped to my window. It simply read, "Some things can't be unseen." I couldn't take it anymore. I stopped visiting the forum, stopped exploring the dark web. I deleted everything from my laptop, hoping it would put an end to the madness. But even now, weeks later, I still feel watched. Every shadow feels like it's hiding something. Every faint sound sends chills down my spine. I've told myself it's all in my head. But then, the other night, I received a message. It was from an unknown number. Just one sentence. You shouldn't have kept digging. I didn't intend to get into the dark web, honestly. I'd always heard about it from my friends and in some of the forums I lurked, but I figured it was just urban legend, a place only the reckless ventured into. But one night, out of sheer boredom, I found myself browsing around, reading about strange experiences people had had online. I'd been through the usual creepy stories on Reddit and watched a few YouTube videos about the deep web. So I thought I'd just give it a look, just a quick peek. I figured, what's the worst that could happen? It didn't take long to realize I was in way over my head. The first few layers I explored were pretty tame. Message boards, marketplaces, mostly empty chatter between anonymous users. But something about the anonymity and the strange, cryptic usernames drew me in. There was one user, Lucid Dev, who caught my eye. He posted a lot, mostly on the strangest threads, and his comments, well, they were unsettling. They hinted at things nobody should know about, like hidden governments and eerie surveillance programs. Honestly, I thought he was just another internet troll. But there was something about his tone, almost like he was inviting people to learn more. One night, as I was aimlessly browsing, I found a direct message from Lucid Dev. He wrote, "Curious eyes find dark paths. Want to see the truth?" I stared at the message for a long time, unsure if I should respond. It felt like bait, but I was also intrigued. I ended up typing back something along the lines of, "Sure, but keep it interesting." Almost immediately, he replied with a link and a message. "Follow the rabbit hole, but remember, curiosity has consequences." That should have been my first clue to stop, but instead, I clicked the link, and everything on my screen went dark for a second. Then slowly, a page loaded up. The background was completely black, with a single line of text in bright red. "Enter your code." Code? I had no idea what that meant. I was about to close the tab when Lucid Dev messaged me again. "Code 31415. Don't mess up." I don't know why I was so drawn to it, but I typed in the numbers and hit enter. The screen changed, now showing a message that read, "Welcome to the labyrinth." And under that, there was another note. "No going back." The site was a strange collection of documents, videos, and files that I'd never seen before. They were organized into folders, each one with some cryptic title like The All-Seeing Eye, Project Omega, and the First Protocol. I had no idea what any of it meant, but something about it kept me from clicking away. I found myself opening file after file, each more unsettling than the last. One document was titled Eyes Everywhere, and as I opened it, I felt an immediate chill. It was a list of IP addresses, locations, names, and dates. Most of the names were people I didn't recognize, but then I saw a location that looked eerily familiar. It was my city, followed by my neighborhood, and my name. My heart stopped. I scrolled down, and the document contained surveillance images of people, random snapshots taken at bus stops, grocery stores, houses. And then there was a picture of me, taken right outside my apartment. I felt like I couldn't breathe. I stared at that picture, remembering that day, that outfit. I was sure I was alone that night. Who took it? How had it ended up here? Before I could think it through, I got another message from Lucid Dev. "Scared yet?" That was the moment I knew I was in way over my head. I wanted to log off, to delete my browser history and go back to pretending the dark web was just a myth. But Lucid Dev sent another message. "Want to know who's watching?" He knew. He knew about the files, about the surveillance. It felt like he was leading me down some twisted path, just for his own amusement, and I had become his unwilling participant. I typed back, "What do you want from me?" His reply was immediate. "I want to show you the truth, but you might not like it." He sent me another link, and against every instinct, I clicked on it. This time, the page loaded a video, a live feed of someone's bedroom. It took me a second to realize it was my own. The camera was facing my bed. The curtains, the desk. Everything was there, exactly as I'd left it. I looked around my room, feeling like I'd just walked into a nightmare. I couldn't find any camera, any sign of someone having broken in. But somehow, someone was watching me, had been watching me. And then I saw it, the figure in the corner of the live feed, a shadowy figure, just standing there, half hidden in the shadows. My heart pounded as I turned back to my room, looking in the exact spot I'd seen on the screen. There was nothing there. But as I stared back at the screen, the figure started moving, slowly, creeping closer to the camera, until all I could see was a pair of dark eyes staring back at me, almost like they were looking right into my soul. I shut my laptop, breathing heavily, feeling like I'd just come face to face with something unnatural. But it didn't end there. I started getting emails, messages from random accounts, all saying the same thing. You shouldn't have looked. They came at all hours, sometimes with pictures of me in my apartment, taken when I was sure I was alone. A few nights later, I heard footsteps outside my door. I stayed silent, praying it was a neighbor. But then, a slip of paper was pushed under my door. I picked it up with shaky hands and unfolded it. It said, "You've been chosen." I couldn't sleep that night. Every sound made me jump. Every shadow felt like a threat. I disconnected my computer, deleted every browser I'd used, and even changed my phone number. But it didn't stop. The messages kept coming, each one more disturbing than the last. They talked about me, things I hadn't told anyone, things I didn't even know people could know about me. I tried moving, but wherever I went, they'd find me. Sometimes I'd catch a glimpse of someone watching me from across the street, or a dark figure lurking in the hallways outside my apartment. I don't know who they are, or how they're doing it, but they've made it clear that I'm never alone. Last week I got a package in the mail, no return address. Inside was a small black notebook with one sentence written on the first page. Curiosity has a price. I don't know what's going to happen next. I feel like a pawn in some twisted game, like I'm being watched, studied, judged. Every time I close my eyes, I see those dark eyes staring back at me, watching, waiting. So here's my advice. Don't get curious about the dark web. Some doors, once opened, can never be closed. And some shadows, well, they never really leave. I never thought I'd find myself where I am now, so knee-deep in fear that sleep is just a distant memory. It all started out as simple curiosity, something harmless, or so I thought. The dark web had always fascinated me in this morbid way, but it felt like something that only existed in stories or urban legends. You know, that place where hackers, criminals, and the most twisted minds lurk. I'd heard people tell these horror stories about it, yet I still didn't fully believe them. But now, I'm a believer, and not by choice. It was late one night, just a regular Tuesday. I was alone in my apartment, messing around online. You know, one of those nights where Netflix wasn't cutting it, and I was just sort of aimlessly clicking around, watching random videos, reading forums, anything to pass the time. I remember stumbling across a thread, something about the real internet, places beyond what normal search engines could reach. The thread was loaded with warnings about the dark web, but every warning only made me more curious. One particular post stood out. It had links to a bunch of .onion sites and instructions on how to access them. Most of the comments were discouraging anyone from actually going there, saying things like, "It's not worth it," or "You don't want to see what's out there." But I couldn't help myself. The more they warned against it, the more I wanted to see. I thought to myself, what could go wrong if I'm just looking? After a bit of digging, I downloaded Tor and set up a VPN as the thread suggested. My screen looked dimmer, darker somehow, as if I'd just opened a door I wasn't supposed to. But I ignored that sinking feeling in my stomach and clicked on one of the links. The page loaded to a black screen with a simple message in plain white text. Welcome to the marketplace. The site looked basic, just rows of links and text. Most of the listings were for things I had no interest in. Drugs, fake IDs, weapons. It was bizarre knowing that people actually used these sites, that they could buy these things with just a few clicks. I was about to click out when one link caught my eye, simply titled, The Live Room. It was the first link that had any kind of unique name. The curiosity in me was buzzing. I figured it was probably just a low-quality live feed of a dark room or something, but I clicked on it anyway. The page took a few moments to load, and when it did, I was met with another message. Enter with caution. Viewer discretion is advised. My heart was pounding, but I couldn't stop. I clicked again. The screen flickered, then opened to a dimly lit room. It was empty at first, and the quality was grainy, like one of those old security camera feeds. Then, after a few moments, a man entered the frame, standing in front of what looked like a large chair with straps on the armrests. He didn't look at the camera. He was adjusting something, checking wires. And then, as if on cue, he looked directly at me. Well, at the camera. I felt a cold shiver run down my spine. The man walked out of the frame, and I realized there was a chat box open on the side of the screen. People were typing, sending messages like, "Is this real?" and "What are we watching?" My hands were shaking as I typed a quick message. "Is this live?" Almost immediately, a message popped up. Not from another user, but from the system itself. "Yes. Keep watching." The screen flickered again, and this time another person appeared. A woman, her hands and feet bound, gagged, sitting in that same chair. She looked terrified, her eyes darting around the room. My mind was racing, but I couldn't pull myself away. The chat exploded with questions, people asking if it was a prank, if it was staged. But as the man re-entered the frame, it became painfully clear that this was no act. He started speaking to the woman, but the audio was off, so I couldn't hear what he was saying. His face was calm, almost gentle, which made it even more disturbing. The camera zoomed in on her face, capturing every tear, every flinch as he moved around her. Then, abruptly, the video froze, and a message appeared on the screen. Pay to continue. It was asking for cryptocurrency to unlock the rest of the feed. Most of the people in the chat left immediately, but a few stayed. My curiosity had turned into horror, but part of me still needed to know what was going on. So, in a moment of stupidity, I paid. When the video resumed, the screen was darker, like someone had turned down the contrast. The man was standing in front of the camera, holding a small card with numbers on it, and a message flashed. Your turn. I stared at the screen, horrified. My chat window popped up, but this time it wasn't with random people. It was just me and someone named Admin. They typed, "Thank you for your payment. Now, you're part of the game." I tried closing the browser, but it wouldn't let me. Every time I clicked out, it would pop back up, and the live feed would start again. The chat window was flooded with messages from Admin, saying things like, "Where do you live?" and "Do you have family?" I was in full panic mode. I shut my laptop and sat there in silence, trying to process what had just happened. I didn't dare open my laptop again, didn't want to see what would happen next. But as I sat there, My phone buzzed with a text from an unknown number. Don't ignore us. I wanted to believe it was just a coincidence, but my gut told me otherwise. My hands shook as I picked up my phone. The next text came through, and it was a picture of my apartment building, taken from outside. Then another text. We're closer than you think. I froze, my mind racing with fear. I didn't know what to do, didn't know if calling the police would make things worse. For the next few days, I barely slept, jumping at every noise, every shadow. My phone buzzed constantly with messages, each one more terrifying than the last. Some were pictures of me, taken from angles that made it clear someone was watching me through my windows. Others were just phrases, "You can't hide," or "We're watching." One night, after days of relentless fear, I decided I couldn't take it anymore. I had to confront them, whoever they were. I went back to my laptop, opened Tor, and logged into the dark web again. I messaged admin, typing, "What do you want?" Their response was immediate. "We want to play. You opened the door, and now you can't close it." I was done playing. I deleted everything, cleared my browser, and even threw my laptop out. But the texts kept coming. Every night around 3 a.m., my phone would buzz with new messages. Pictures of me sleeping, shots of my front door, my mailbox, notes that read, "We're closer," or "Don't turn around." A week later, I moved. New apartment, new number, even changed my name on all social media accounts. I thought I'd finally escaped. But just as I started feeling safe again, my phone buzzed in the middle of the night. The message was simple. You can run, but you can't hide. To this day, they still find me. Every time I move, every new place I settle into, they manage to track me down. I can't escape them. It's like they're always watching, always waiting for me to slip up. You know, I always thought the horror stories about the dark web were overblown. Sure, it had some shady stuff, but the internet is full of that anyway, right? Plus, I'd been poking around there for years, mostly out of curiosity. I wanted to know what really lay beyond the typical internet, hidden in those deeper corners. It was just a little thrill. Nothing dangerous, I thought. But that changed about a year ago. I haven't touched the dark web since. It was a regular Friday night, and I was bored. My friends had bailed on our plans, and I wasn't in the mood to go to bed yet. So I sat at my desk, clicked through some hidden forums, and stumbled upon this thread called The Deepest Dive, with a list of links and minimal context. Most of them led to harmless stuff or forums full of theories and hacker discussions, but one link was marked "High Clearance Only." I hovered over it, hesitating. I'd seen warnings like this before, and they usually led to nothing or some prank. But something about this one felt different, almost like it was testing me. So I clicked. What's the worst that could happen? A page loaded, black background, white text, very minimalist. It was labeled The Terminal, and it had a single button that said Access. For some reason, my hands felt sweaty, but I pushed through and clicked. A chat box popped up, and I was instantly greeted with a message. "You're ready to learn the truth?" I remember feeling a strange chill then, something like an instinct telling me to close out. But I was too curious. I typed back, "What truth?" A few seconds later, the response came. "The truth about those who go too far." It was cryptic, but I played along, asking if this was some sort of initiation. The other user, who had a blank nameless profile, wrote back, "If you want to understand, Download this file. Another link appeared labeled Eyes Only Zip. I should have stopped there, but I was in too deep. Without even thinking it through, I downloaded the file. It took only a few seconds, and I remember feeling like I had just broken some invisible line. The zip file contained a single video file with the timestamp of just a few hours ago, labeled Feed 18.2. I felt my curiosity spike again. The file didn't look like it was supposed to be here. It was almost like someone had left it for me specifically. So I opened it. At first, the video was just static, some weird background hum that made my skin crawl. Then it switched to a dimly lit room, like a basement, with a single flickering light overhead. In the middle of the room, there was a figure, tied to a chair, head down, a sack over their head. My heart was pounding, but I couldn't look away. Then, suddenly the figure looked up, even though the sack was still on their head, like they knew someone was watching. And then they whispered my name. I actually jumped back in my chair. I thought it was a trick, some AI nonsense, but then the figure started giving out other details. My street name, my building number. They knew exactly where I lived. I slammed the laptop shut, breathing hard. But it didn't end there. I barely slept that night. I kept waiting for something, anything, to happen. The next morning, I reluctantly opened my laptop. The video file was gone. The folder was empty, like it had never been there. Then a message popped up on my screen. Nice try. Watch yourself. I panicked. Was someone watching me? My webcam light wasn't on, but that didn't stop me from covering it with tape, just in case. But every day after that, there was a new message. I'd get one in my email, my phone, even my social media, all of them saying the same thing: watch yourself. One day my phone buzzed while I was at work, and the message was different this time. It was a video link with a caption: if you don't comply, this will happen to you. I took a deep breath, clicked on it, and it was another basement scene. This time, though, it was someone different, another person tied to a chair, clearly terrified. The camera zoomed in on their face, and I recognized them. It was my neighbor, Kelly. They made her say my name. Please don't make me say it, she whispered. Then they forced her to repeat my name, and she choked out my street name again. My hands were shaking. I was too scared to call the cops. What would I even say? A week went by with no more messages. I tried to put it behind me, even started to think it was all a sick joke. Then one night I got a call. The voice was barely a whisper, and I recognized it instantly. It was Kelly. She said she had managed to escape and that she needed help. She was calling from a number I didn't recognize, and when I asked her where she was, she just whispered, "They're watching." Then I heard someone else in the background, a deep voice saying, "You should have listened." The line went dead, and I was left sitting in the dark, my heart pounding so loud I thought it would burst. But that wasn't the worst part. Moments later, I got a notification on my laptop. I opened it up, and there was a live feed of my living room. The camera angle was from my own laptop, showing me sitting there, staring at the screen. I could see myself in real time, sweating, eyes wide, completely terrified. Then a message popped up in the chat. "You've seen too much. Compliance is mandatory." The screen cut to black, and I heard a faint knocking on my front door. I froze, my mind racing. My phone buzzed with another message. Open the door or we'll come in ourselves. I didn't know what to do. Should I run? Hide? I gathered every ounce of courage I had, went to the door, and looked through the peephole. No one was there. But just as I let out a breath, my phone buzzed with a photo. A photo of me, looking through the peephole. I stumbled back, terrified, but I was trapped in my own home, with nowhere to go. I ran to my laptop, hoping to disconnect or somehow end this nightmare. But when I opened it, there was only one final message waiting for me. Once we're in, we're always in. I threw the laptop across the room and bolted out the door, leaving everything behind. I didn't stop running until I was halfway across the city, staying at a friend's place for weeks without telling anyone where I was. Even now, months later, I can't shake the feeling that someone's always watching. I've gotten rid of all my devices, cut ties with anyone who knows about the dark web, and moved to a different city. But sometimes late at night, my new phone will buzz, even though I don't give out the number to anyone. The message always says the same thing. We'll be watching. You know how they say curiosity killed the cat? I never really believed that until now. Growing up, I'd heard all the stories about the dangers of the dark web. People would say it was filled with black markets, hitmen, cults, all the stuff that seems like horror movie cliches. But somehow I always thought it was just talk, just people exaggerating to scare others. I thought I was smarter than that. So, a few months back, I decided to finally see what all the fuss was about. It was late, maybe around midnight, and I was alone in my room with nothing else to do. I had my computer, a curiosity I couldn't shake, and way too much confidence. It wasn't my first time browsing the dark web. I'd been on it before, just out of curiosity, but never really dug too deep. Mostly, I'd just check out the conspiracy forums, scroll through a few message boards, the stuff that's eerie but harmless, or so I thought. That night, I came across this thread on a hidden forum called No Sleep Seekers. It was a place full of people sharing their experiences from the dark web, some claiming they'd witnessed terrible things, others saying they were being hunted. It was clearly a place for horror stories, a space where people could mess around and freak others out. Most people on there didn't even use their real names. So I thought, why not just have a bit of fun with it? I commented on one of the posts, which was about some untraceable game called The Last Invitation. The description was vague, something about a live video feed where people were invited to play a game for cash prizes. The comments were full of warnings, people saying it was a trap or a cult initiation, others claiming it was run by a secret organization. It sounded fake, totally like something out of a bad movie. But then, one of the replies pinged back almost immediately. The message said, "You've been noticed. Check your inbox." I thought it was a joke, but sure enough, a message appeared in my inbox from a blank profile with no name or icon. The message just said, "Play tonight at 2 a.m. You're invited to the last invitation." My heart was racing, but my curiosity won out. The thrill of the unknown. It was almost addicting. So, I waited until 2 a.m. The invitation had a link, encrypted and strange looking, something like a bunch of letters and numbers strung together. I'd seen a lot of links in my life, but nothing like this. Against all my better judgment, I clicked it. It took me to a simple black page with a single button that said, Enter. My mouse hovered over it for a long time. I had this nagging feeling that something was seriously off. But, like an idiot, I clicked. The screen flickered, then opened to a live feed of what looked like a dingy, dimly lit room. It was empty except for a single chair in the center and a computer set up against one wall. I could hear faint, static-like breathing coming from somewhere just off camera. The whole thing looked like a low-budget horror film. But then, the breathing stopped, and a message appeared on the screen. It read, Welcome to the last invitation. Do you accept the terms? I typed back, What terms? But there was no response. A countdown timer started at the top of the screen, 5 minutes ticking down. The seconds passed slowly. I kept waiting for someone to pop up, maybe a moderator or some other player. But nothing happened. It was just me and the empty room on the screen, and the countdown ticking away. Finally, at 1 minute remaining, another message appeared. The rules are simple. Watch and don't look away. Failure to comply will result in termination. I thought it was a scare tactic, trying to keep me hooked. Still, it was getting to me. I felt like I had no choice, like I was trapped by my own curiosity. The countdown hit 0, and suddenly, the room on screen lit up, brighter and clearer than before. A man walked in, but his face was completely obscured by a smooth white mask with no features, just empty eye sockets. I felt a chill run down my spine. He stood perfectly still, facing the camera, saying nothing. Then, after what felt like an eternity, he lifted a hand and waved. I almost laughed, thinking it was some creepy prank, until he reached into his pocket and pulled out a slip of paper. The camera zoomed in as he unfolded it, and there, written in scrawled handwriting, was my full name and my address. I froze, completely paralyzed. There was no way this guy could know where I lived. I hadn't given any personal info when I logged in. At least, I didn't think so. I was sweating, my mind racing, trying to rationalize it. Maybe he'd found my IP, or maybe it was some twisted, elaborate prank. But then, the masked man held up a new sign. This one said, Stay seated and keep watching, or we'll come for you. I was terrified. The logical part of my brain told me to shut the laptop and walk away. But fear rooted me to the spot. I didn't dare move. Minutes went by, and the masked figure just stood there, staring at me. Or at least I thought he was. It was hard to tell with that featureless mask. Then, without warning, he moved. He walked toward the camera, his footsteps echoing through the room, until he was close enough that I could see the fabric of his clothes and the shine of the mask. He leaned in, his face almost pressed to the screen, and whispered, Soon. The screen went black. I sat there staring at my own reflection on the dark screen, feeling like my heart was going to explode. I thought it was over, but a new message appeared. You've passed round 1. Ready for the next? I closed the laptop, breathing hard. I didn't know what to do. I considered calling the police, but what would I tell them? That I was playing some creepy game on the dark web, and now a masked man knew where I lived? It sounded insane. So I sat there, panicking, waiting for, I don't know what. That night I barely slept. I kept expecting to hear footsteps in the hallway, or to see that masked figure standing outside my window. But nothing happened. I thought maybe it was all just a scare tactic, until the following night. At exactly 2 a.m., my phone buzzed. I looked down, and there it was. A new message from the same nameless account. Ready for round 2? I couldn't ignore it. I felt compelled, like if I didn't follow through, something worse would happen. I opened the link, bracing myself for whatever sick game they had planned. This time the room was different. It was dark, and all I could see was the outline of the masked man, sitting in the chair, facing the camera. A message popped up. This round is simple. Knock 3 times on your front door and leave it open. I stared at the message, my stomach twisting. There was no way I was going to do that. But then another message appeared. If you fail, we will visit you ourselves. I was sweating, heart pounding. I considered refusing, but fear won. I got up, walked to my front door, and hesitated before knocking 3 times. The sound echoed through my empty apartment, and I felt a creeping sense of dread as I left the door open, just like they'd asked. When I returned to my laptop, the masked man was gone. But on the screen was a new video, showing live footage of my open front door. The camera zoomed in slowly, as if someone was approaching. I couldn't look away, feeling as though my own front door was the mouth of some gaping void, waiting to swallow me whole. Just as I was about to shut my laptop, the camera turned, and there was the masked man, standing in the hallway, just outside my door. The screen flickered and went dark again, and all that remained was a final message. We'll see you again soon. I slammed the laptop shut and ran to the door, but by the time I looked outside, there was nothing there. No masked man, no sign of anyone. I was left alone with the memory of that masked figure, and the creeping feeling that he was still out there, watching, waiting, ready for the next round. That was the last time I touched the dark web. But every night since, at exactly 2 a.m., I get a single message on my phone. Are you ready for round 3? And no matter how hard I try to ignore it, I know someday I'll have to answer. So this happened a little over a year ago, and to this day I still can't believe I got away without something seriously bad happening to me. It all started with an innocent curiosity, like most things, right? The dark web had always been this weird, forbidden place that people warned you about in a half-joking way. Friends of mine would say, "Stay away from it. It's where all the nightmares are." I'd watched documentaries and read stories online about people who'd seen crazy things. But honestly, I thought it was all just hype, like some urban legend to keep people from digging too deep. But then, last year, during the lockdown, when I was bored out of my mind, I decided to give it a try. It wasn't like I had anything better to do. And besides, I was curious to see what was really out there. I wasn't looking for anything illegal. No drugs, no weapons, none of that. I just wanted to explore and see if it was really as dark and creepy as people said. So one night, I downloaded Tor, set up my VPN, and started exploring. At first, it was mostly disappointing. I found some strange marketplaces, sure, but nothing mind-blowing. It was like eBay, but instead of clothes and electronics, they had all kinds of shady stuff. I didn't click on any of the listings, just scrolled through, looking at everything with a sort of morbid fascination. It wasn't until I stumbled across a forum called Silent Hour that things got interesting. Silent Hour looked like a basic message board with a black background and white text, the usual rules post pinned at the top. but there was something off about it. Unlike other forums I'd seen, Silent Hour required you to request an invitation to access certain threads. I wasn't planning on doing it, but there was this curiosity, this feeling like I was getting close to something dangerous and forbidden. Against my better judgment, I clicked the invite request and sent a quick message, half expecting nothing to happen. Within minutes, I got a reply. It was a single line of text with a link. "You are granted access." My heart was pounding. I knew this was where I should have stopped, closed my laptop and moved on. But there was something about the link. It felt like an invitation into a secret world. I clicked it, and suddenly, I was in a private chat room. The chat room had no name, no information about who was in there, but I could see messages popping up fast. People were talking about this event happening soon, something called the invitation-only room. There were whispers about strange events, videos, and something they called interactive shows. Some users had cryptic usernames, stuff like Maska0 and The Shade, and they all seemed to know each other. I sat there just reading, feeling like a trespasser. Then someone messaged me directly. It was from a username called Red Hands. The message read, "Are you ready to play?" I didn't know what to say. A part of me wanted to bail, but then another message appeared. "Answer yes, and you're in. This is a one-time offer." I typed yes before I could talk myself out of it. Right after, a new message popped up with a link to a live feed. The only instruction was, "Keep watching, no matter what." I clicked it, and the screen filled with grainy video footage of what looked like a basement or warehouse. There was a single chair in the middle of the room, dimly lit by a swinging bulb. The feed was quiet at first, almost too quiet, and I was staring at the screen, trying to figure out what I was supposed to be watching. Then a figure walked into the frame. A man, wearing a black hoodie with the hood pulled up and his face hidden in shadow. He moved like he was listening to something I couldn't hear, pausing occasionally as if waiting for instructions. He finally turned toward the camera, and though I couldn't see his face, I felt like he was looking directly at me. My chest tightened. I could feel my pulse quickening. There was something wrong, something very wrong, but I couldn't look away. The man held up a sign that had my name written on it in thick, messy handwriting. My stomach dropped. I had no idea how he knew my name, and at that moment, I was more scared than I'd ever been in my life. The camera zoomed in on his face, just enough for me to see his mouth, which was the only part of him not covered. He grinned, a wide, unsettling grin that made my skin crawl. He mouthed something slowly, and though I couldn't hear it, I knew he was saying, "I'm coming for you." I snapped my laptop shut, my hands shaking. I couldn't believe what I'd just seen. My brain was scrambling, trying to come up with some logical explanation, like maybe it was all a prank, or maybe I'd been hacked. But no matter how I tried to rationalize it, the fact remained that someone, somewhere, had used my name and stared right at me through my own screen. For the next few nights, I barely slept. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw that man's grin and his mouth forming the words, "I'm coming for you." But nothing happened. I started to convince myself it had been some elaborate prank, something I could forget about and laugh off later. But then, 2 weeks later, another message appeared. It was from Red Hands. The message simply said, "Are you ready for round 2?" My heart sank. I wanted to ignore it, but another message quickly followed. "Answer or we come to you." I was terrified, but I typed, "No." The reply was instant. Too late. The lights in my apartment flickered, and my computer screen froze, then went black. I felt trapped, my heart pounding, eyes glued to the screen. Then, a new live feed popped up. It was my own apartment. My heart stopped. The camera was filming from right outside my window, focusing on me sitting there, staring at the screen. Whoever was filming was standing right outside my apartment, close enough for me to hear the crunch of their footsteps on the gravel. I wanted to scream, but I was paralyzed with fear. Another message popped up on the screen. "Come outside." I stood up, fighting every instinct that told me to hide, to lock myself in the bathroom and call the police. But my feet moved on their own. I opened my door, stepped outside, and looked around, but there was no one there. Only the faint sound of footsteps fading into the night. I don't know why they let me go that night, why they didn't do anything more. Maybe it was just a warning, a sick game they played for their own amusement. I haven't been back on the dark web since, but every once in a while, I get a message from an unknown number. It always says the same thing. "Ready for round 3?" And one of these nights, I'm afraid that if I don't answer, they'll come back. All right, this story, I haven't told anyone this before. Not because I don't want to, but because I know how insane it sounds. You know how people always joke about finding crazy stuff on the dark web? It's all murder for hire this and hidden government files that. It's almost a running joke. But trust me, there's nothing funny about what happened to me. Last year I decided to go digging on the dark web. Nothing illegal, at least not intentionally. I was just curious. I'd heard about encrypted forums where people shared truths that they claimed were hidden from the public. I wanted to see if there was anything legit out there, maybe some info that hadn't made it to the news. So, one night, armed with a VPN and a Tor browser, I dove in. The first few hours were pretty typical. Old forums, links to pages that didn't load, and a few sketchy marketplaces. Nothing that would make you lose sleep, just your usual internet junk. I started to think that maybe it was all a myth, like all the horror stories were just a bunch of edgy teenagers trying to scare each other. But then, I stumbled on something called the archive room. Now, most websites on the dark web have some sort of strange title, but this was different. It wasn't a marketplace or a forum. It looked like an old blog, one of those ancient websites with a gray background and the most basic font you can imagine. It looked abandoned, like no one had updated it in years. But there was a single post at the top of the page that caught my attention. Unlisted archives. Enter at your own risk. I laughed a little, thinking it was some kind of horror roleplay. I mean, enter at your own risk. It felt over the top. But hey, I was there for the thrill, so I clicked on it. As soon as I did, the screen flickered and my laptop froze for a second. I thought I'd crash my computer, but then a prompt appeared, like one of those old-school pop-up windows. Do you agree to proceed, understanding the risks? By then, I was fully in. This was exactly the creepy vibe I was looking for, so I clicked yes. The screen went black, and for a few seconds, I thought maybe my laptop had really crashed. But then, one by one, a list of files began to load. These weren't your typical docs or PDFs. These were video files, each with strange, vague titles like 01 Undefined MP4 and 04 Neural Project MP4. Curiosity took over, and I clicked on the first video, 01 Undefined MP4. The video quality was grainy, like it had been recorded on an old security camera. I saw a dimly lit room with someone lying on a table, unmoving. It looked like they were strapped down, but I couldn't see much detail. Then, as the camera zoomed in, I could see their face, eyes wide open, staring blankly into the camera, but completely unresponsive. It was like they were in some kind of trance or, worse, dead. A shadow moved across the frame, and I could barely make out the shape of a man in a lab coat. He leaned over the person, doing something I couldn't see, but suddenly the person on the table twitched. It was subtle, almost like a reflex, but it was enough to make my stomach turn. And then the screen went black, and the file closed on its own. I sat there for a minute, completely freaked out. Part of me wanted to shut down my laptop and walk away, but another part of me, the stupid part, wanted to keep watching. It felt like I'd already seen too much, but I was also desperate to know what else was on there. The next file, 02 unidentified bodies.mp4, was even worse. It started with a close-up of a metal door, the kind you'd see in a laboratory or a mental hospital. I heard the sound of keys jingling, and then the door opened. The camera was shaky, like someone was filming from their chest. Whoever was holding the camera walked into a dark hallway lined with cells, each one filled with people, most of them lying motionless on the floor, a few rocking back and forth, muttering things I couldn't quite make out. As the camera panned past each cell, one of the people inside grabbed the bars and looked directly into the camera. I don't know how to describe it, but there was something deeply disturbing about his face. His eyes were wide and bloodshot, and his mouth was twisted into a smile that looked wrong, like he wasn't smiling because he was happy, but because he was completely out of his mind. I should have stopped watching right there, but I didn't. I kept going, file after file. Each video was worse than the last, each one showing people in increasingly horrifying conditions. Some locked in cages, others in what looked like surgical rooms, with tubes and wires coming out of their bodies. In one video, a man was strapped to a chair with his eyes forced open, watching something on a screen in front of him. He looked like he was screaming, but there was no sound. By the time I got through the fourth video, I was physically sick. I closed my laptop, sat back, and tried to breathe, but I couldn't shake the images. I wanted to believe it was all staged, some sick project made by twisted people for shock value. But deep down, I knew it was real. I could feel it. That night, I barely slept. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw those people, those eyes staring back at me. I'd seen things on that website that no one was meant to see, and I couldn't stop wondering, who were those people? Where were they? And more importantly, who was filming? Over the next few days, I tried to forget about it, but it was like the dark web had latched onto me, pulling me back in. Every time I opened my laptop, I'd get this urge to check if the site was still there. Part of me wanted to believe that it was all just a nightmare, something that would disappear if I ignored it long enough. But then, A few days later, I got an email. It was from an address I didn't recognize, and there was no subject line. I opened it, thinking it might be spam, but there was just a single line of text. Continue the research. Attached to the email was a video file. My hands were shaking as I clicked it open. It was a recording of my own screen, showing every move I'd made on the archive room site. They'd been watching me the whole time. They knew exactly what I'd seen, and they wanted me to go back. For weeks after that, I couldn't sleep. I was constantly looking over my shoulder, convinced that someone was watching me, waiting for me to slip up and go back to the archive room. I never went back, but every once in a while I get an email, each one more disturbing than the last. The last one I got was a photo of my own house, taken from the street in front of my window, and underneath it, a single line of text. Are you ready to continue? I know how this sounds, but believe me, everything I'm about to say is true. I still have nightmares about it, and honestly, I don't think I'll ever be the same. This is my story of a dark web encounter that went horribly, horribly wrong. It all started last year when my friend, Derek, mentioned the dark web at a party. I knew what it was, but I'd never had the courage or the curiosity to actually explore it. Derek, on the other hand, was kind of obsessed with it. He'd go on about the weird stuff he'd seen. Strange message boards, chat rooms with people claiming to be government insiders, and even secret societies. He made it sound like some kind of forbidden playground, and I couldn't help but be intrigued. One night, after a few drinks, I asked Derek to show me how to access it. We were hanging out at his place, so he grabbed his laptop, booted up the Tor browser, and walked me through the steps. The first hour was a bit underwhelming. Mostly old forums, sites that wouldn't load, and broken links. I could tell Derek was getting frustrated, but he kept insisting there was cool stuff hidden deeper. Finally, we landed on a forum called Deep Veil. It was different. No flashy graphics or strange usernames, just a basic layout with a few forums and some eerie descriptions. One thread stood out to me: for seekers of truth. The only message inside was a cryptic line of text that read, "What's hidden beneath the surface should stay buried." Below that, there was a link titled, "Restricted Research Files." Derek raised an eyebrow, clearly a bit wary, but I was all in. I clicked the link, and it took us to a login page. There was no option to create an account, just a blank spot for a username and password. I started to lose hope, but Derek whispered, "Try Truth Seeker. It's kind of a joke on some of these sites." So I typed it in, and sure enough, we were in. The page was minimalistic, with a plain black background and a list of file names, all marked with red confidential tags. Each file had a strange name, things like Prototype 32 or Subject L logs. But one of the files caught my eye. The Human Canvas Project. "Dude, don't open that," Derek said, sounding nervous. But I could feel this weird pull, like I had to see what was inside. Ignoring him, I clicked on the file. What loaded up wasn't a document. It was a series of images, but they weren't like anything I'd seen before. The first one showed a close-up of a person's back, covered in tattoos or markings of some kind. As I looked closer, I realized they weren't normal tattoos. They were scars, intricate patterns cut into the skin in a way that looked both beautiful and horrifying. The pattern was incredibly detailed, spirals and symbols etched into the flesh with a precision that seemed almost surgical. I could tell Derek was freaked out, but I couldn't look away. I clicked to the next image, and it was worse. It showed the same person, but this time the markings covered their arms and legs too. It was like someone had spent hours, no days, carving these designs. I felt sick, but I kept going. The last image showed their face, and that's when I realized they weren't just scars. The person's eyes were wide open but vacant. They were dead. Derek finally lost it. "Shut it off, man. This is messed up." But before I could close the page, a chat window popped up at the bottom of the screen. Someone with the username Watcher13 had sent us a message. "You should not have seen that." I tried to exit, but the page wouldn't close. Another message popped up. "Curiosity can be dangerous." Derek grabbed the laptop and forced it shut, nearly breaking it in the process. We just sat there, staring at each other, both of us too freaked out to speak. Finally, he broke the silence. "Promise me you won't go back there." I nodded, but that night, lying in bed, I couldn't shake the images from my mind. Those intricate scars, the dead eyes staring back at me. It was like they'd been burned into my brain. Against my better judgment, I booted up my own laptop and went back to the forum. The deep veil was still there, and the link to the restricted research files hadn't changed. I hesitated, my finger hovering over the mouse. I knew I shouldn't do it, but I was hooked. I logged in again, this time under my own username. The files were there, but something was different. There was a new file at the top of the list labeled "Welcome Back." I felt a chill run down my spine. Was this some kind of prank? Had Derek logged in and left the file there as a joke? I clicked it, and a new chat window popped up, this time with a message from Watcher13. "We warned you." Suddenly my screen filled with images, pictures of my house, my workplace, even me and Derek hanging out the previous weekend. My heart pounded as I realized someone had been following me, watching my every move. The final image was a close-up of my own bedroom window, taken from outside, at night. The message below it read, "Curiosity killed the cat." I slammed my laptop shut, heart racing. I'd heard stories of the dark web, tales of people getting stalked, but I never thought it would happen to me. I barely slept that night, jumping at every creak and shadow, certain someone was outside my window. The next morning I went to Derek's place. I told him everything, expecting him to laugh it off or tell me I was overreacting. Instead, his face went pale. He confessed that he'd been getting similar messages, photos of his house, cryptic warnings. He said he'd even heard footsteps outside his window at night. We were both terrified, but we didn't know what to do. Who could we tell? Who would believe us? For the next few days, things were quiet. I tried to convince myself that it was just a sick prank, that maybe Derek had set it up to mess with me. But then, one night, I heard footsteps outside my window. They were slow, deliberate, like someone was pacing just beneath my window. I froze, barely breathing, straining to listen. Then a soft tapping against the glass. I looked up, heart pounding, and saw a shadowy figure outside my window. He stood there, staring at me, his face hidden in the shadows. I could barely make out the outline of his body, but I knew he was looking directly at me. I didn't dare move. After what felt like hours, he turned and walked away, disappearing into the darkness. The next morning, I found a note taped to my window. It was written in a jagged, scrawling handwriting that made my skin crawl. It read, "You were warned." I tried everything after that, deleting my accounts, wiping my laptop, even moving to a new apartment. But it didn't matter. Every few weeks, I'd get another message, another photo, reminding me that they were still watching. They knew where I lived, where I worked, even where I went to relax. There was no escaping them. Now, every night, I lie awake, waiting, listening for those footsteps outside my window. Because I know they'll come back. They always do. All right. So, this story isn't something I usually tell. It's not exactly something I like to think about, to be honest. Even now, just remembering it brings back that gut-churning dread, the kind of fear that sinks deep into your bones. But I guess it's time I got it off my chest. So here it is, my basement horror story. I used to live in this old rental house a few years back. I'd moved out there for work, and it wasn't exactly the best place in town, but it was affordable, and honestly, I just needed something quick. The house itself had this worn-out charm. It was one of those places you could tell had some history to it, like generations of people had passed through and left pieces of their lives embedded in the walls. But then there was the basement. Man, the basement was something else entirely. The entrance was just this old narrow staircase that creaked like it was about to snap every time you took a step. It was pitch dark down there unless you had a flashlight or left the door open, and it had this dank, cold smell, like earth and stale air, mixed with something else I couldn't put my finger on. I never had a reason to go down there. There was no laundry or anything like that. It was just this empty, cavernous space full of shadows. Sometimes I'd catch a strange smell drifting up from the basement, like something metallic or sour, but I figured it was just moisture. The house had its quirks, and I brushed it off as part of the whole old house experience. I'd lived there a few months before anything really weird happened. It started with sounds. At first, I thought it was the pipes, or maybe just the house settling, but these noises were different. They were soft, almost like whispers or distant murmurs. It was the kind of sound that you couldn't quite place, like it was drifting up from somewhere deep below. I tried to ignore it, told myself it was just the wind or my imagination. But the thing was, I could only hear it when I was alone. And at night. One night I decided to go down and take a look around. I don't know why. Maybe it was just curiosity, or maybe I just wanted to prove to myself that there was nothing down there. I grabbed a flashlight, took a deep breath, and headed for the basement door. As soon as I opened it, that sour smell hit me again, way stronger this time. It was almost enough to make me gag, but I pushed forward, gripping the flashlight as if that would somehow make me feel better. The descent felt like it took forever, each step echoing into the silence. When I reached the bottom, I shined the light around, expecting to see, I don't know, just boxes and old junk. But it was mostly empty. Just a few pieces of broken furniture and dust-covered shelves. The floor was this rough, uneven concrete, and the walls were made of old stone, like something you'd see in a medieval dungeon. There was nothing out of the ordinary, just a basement. But as I turned to head back upstairs, I noticed something in the far corner, a small door, almost hidden in the shadows. I hadn't seen it before, and to be honest, it was the last thing I wanted to investigate. But something compelled me to check it out. The door was tiny, barely big enough for me to crawl through. It was made of this old splintered wood and had a rusted metal handle that looked like it hadn't been touched in decades. Against my better judgment, I crouched down and pulled it open. The smell that came out of there, I'll never forget it. It was thick, rotten, like something had been decaying in there for a long time. I shined my flashlight inside, but all I could see was darkness, a narrow tunnel that seemed to go on forever. I should have shut the door right then and there, but I was curious. I inched forward, trying to see if there was an end to it. The tunnel walls were rough, dug out from the earth, and they were covered in strange markings, symbols I couldn't recognize, scratched deep into the dirt. Some of them almost looked like faces, twisted and contorted. As I moved the flashlight over them, I heard a faint noise from deeper within the tunnel. It was this low, scraping sound, like something was moving just out of sight. My heart was pounding, but I couldn't bring myself to move. I stood there, frozen, listening as the sound got closer and closer. Finally, I snapped out of it and backed up, slamming the door shut. I scrambled back up the stairs, locked the basement door behind me, and tried to tell myself that it was just my imagination. For a few days after that, things were quiet. I avoided the basement altogether, didn't even want to go near that door. But then one night, I woke up to this strange noise coming from downstairs. It sounded like footsteps, slow and deliberate, pacing back and forth right beneath my bedroom. I lay there, listening, every hair on my body standing up. I was the only one in the house. The footsteps would stop for a moment, then start up again, like someone was wandering around, searching for something. I stayed frozen in bed, barely daring to breathe, and eventually, the footsteps faded away. But that wasn't the end of it. Every night after that, it was the same thing. The pacing, the soft murmurs, like someone or something was moving around down there. One night, I decided to confront it. I don't know what I was thinking. I guess I just wanted to get it over with, to find out what was really going on. I grabbed my flashlight and made my way downstairs. The house was dead silent, except for the faint sound of breathing. Not mine. This was something else. Something deep and guttural coming from behind the basement door. I pushed the door open and shined the flashlight down the stairs, and then I saw it. A shadowy figure hunched over, standing at the bottom of the stairs. It didn't move. It just stood there, staring up at me with hollow, empty eyes. I was paralyzed, unable to look away. It felt like hours, but it was probably only a few seconds before the figure started to move. It shuffled forward, one step at a time, each movement slow and deliberate. I didn't stick around to see what would happen next. I slammed the door shut, locked it, and ran out of the house. I never went back after that. Packed up my things and left. I don't know what was down there, and I don't want to know. All I know is that it's still there, in that basement, waiting. And if you ever find yourself in an old house with a creepy basement, just remember, you never know what might be lurking in the shadows. All right. So this story is one I don't share often. It's probably the creepiest, most unsettling thing that's ever happened to me. And just thinking about it is enough to give me the chills all over again. You know those weird, dark family secrets that everyone brushes under the rug? Well, my family has one, and it all has to do with the basement in my grandparents' old house. So, to give you some background, I grew up pretty close to my grandparents. They had this old Victorian house, the kind with big, creaky rooms and ancient, narrow staircases that seemed to echo with every step. My grandpa was a bit of a collector. He had all sorts of oddities, stuff from around the world, things you'd probably find in a museum or some strange curio shop. And while the rest of the house was packed with strange objects, the basement was off limits. It was the one place none of us were ever allowed to go. Grandpa was firm about it. No one went down there. And he made it sound like there was nothing to see, just old junk, as he put it. Now, when you're a kid, that only makes things more intriguing. My cousins and I were always wondering what he was hiding. Was it something valuable? Dangerous? As we got older, the curiosity faded a bit. But there was always this lingering question in the back of my mind. Eventually, I just sort of accepted it. Grandpa didn't want anyone in the basement. And that was that. Fast forward to a few years ago. My grandparents had both passed away by this point, and my family was left with the house. No one really wanted to sell it, so my dad and I took on the responsibility of cleaning it up. The place had been sitting empty for a while, and it felt strange, almost like a forgotten time capsule, with everything still in its place, as if my grandparents would just walk in at any moment. After a couple of days of packing up their things, we finally got to the basement. My dad and I both hesitated, standing at the top of those creaky old stairs, staring down into the darkness. It felt like crossing some sort of boundary, like we were about to disturb something that had been at rest for years. I could tell my dad felt it too, this eerie unease. But we had a job to do, so we headed down. The air changed as soon as we reached the bottom, thick, musty, and cold, colder than it should have been, almost as if we'd stepped into a cave. My flashlight cut through the darkness, illuminating old furniture draped in dusty sheets, shelves lined with jars of, well, who knows what, and stacks of boxes filled with who knows what. And then we found something strange, a locked door at the far end of the room. Now, keep in mind, this basement wasn't huge. We'd been down there a good 20 minutes before noticing the door, as if it had been hidden in plain sight. And it didn't make sense for a basement like that to have a room off to the side like this. I could tell my dad was curious too, though he seemed more wary than excited. He tried to open it, but it was locked tight. He gave me this look, kind of a warning, like maybe we should just leave it alone. But of course, I couldn't. I ran back upstairs and rummaged through my grandpa's drawers until I found an old set of keys. I tried a few, until finally, one of them fit, and the lock clicked open with this soft, echoing sound. The room was dark, pitch dark. I clicked on the light, but nothing happened. My dad's flashlight caught the edges of something. We stepped in, and as the light hit the walls, I froze. The walls were covered in writing, every inch covered in strange symbols and words, like someone had spent years filling every part of it. And they weren't random scribbles. They were deliberate, methodical. I recognized some of the words as symbols from different languages, ones my grandpa used to talk about. Some of it was in Latin, others in symbols I'd seen in his books, old texts he'd kept locked away. My dad backed out of the room, his face pale, and said we should go. He looked more scared than I'd ever seen him, and I was about to follow him when I heard something. This low, almost inaudible hum, like a faint hum from deep within the walls. And then I saw something in the corner of the room, a trap door, hidden in the floorboards. I don't know what came over me, but I was compelled. I knelt down, feeling the old wood under my fingers, and pulled. It was heavier than I expected, as if it hadn't been opened in years. The smell that came out of that hole was thick, rotten, and putrid, like something decayed. My dad was begging me to close it up, but I just couldn't. I shined my flashlight down and saw a set of stairs winding down into the darkness. I looked back at my dad, and he just shook his head, backing away, muttering something about leaving. But I had to know. I climbed down, one step at a time, feeling the walls close in around me. The air grew colder, and the smell grew stronger. I don't know how long I was down there, but eventually I reached the bottom. It was a room. A small circular room lined with old shelves, and on each shelf was a jar filled with things. I couldn't tell what they were. Some looked like preserved organs or animal parts, but some of them looked almost human. I felt this overwhelming dread, a feeling like I'd just walked into something I was never supposed to see. And then I heard a noise, a soft scratching sound coming from the far wall. I whipped my flashlight around, and for a moment, I thought I saw something moving. I blinked and it was gone, but the scratching kept going, getting louder, closer. I turned to run, but the door at the top of the stairs was shut. I was trapped down there, in that cold, damp room, with something scratching its way toward me. My flashlight started to flicker, and the scratching turned into whispers, voices that I couldn't quite make out but were clearly there. I pounded on the door, screaming for my dad, but no one answered. It felt like I was in that darkness forever. Eventually, my dad opened the door, pulling me out of there, his face white as a sheet. We didn't talk about what happened. We just packed up our things, left the basement as it was, and got out of there. I don't know what my grandpa was involved in, or why he'd hidden that room. But I do know one thing. I'll never set foot in that basement again. I never intended to dive into the dark web. Honestly, it was one of those curiosity killed the cat scenarios that spiraled out of control before I could even comprehend what was happening. I always thought of myself as a cautious person. I mean, I wasn't the type to click on shady links or fall for phishing emails, but I also didn't think twice when a friend jokingly shared a Tor browser link in our group chat with a casual, "Don't go down the rabbit hole too far." At first it seemed harmless. It was almost boring. A lot of it was forums and sketchy marketplaces selling fake IDs, drugs, or counterfeit money. I wasn't interested in any of that. But as I dug deeper, I came across a chat room. It didn't have a flashy name, just a string of random letters and numbers, but it promised access to exclusive content. Looking back, I don't know what I was expecting. Maybe some urban legend or just another scam. But what I got was something far darker. The first thing I noticed when I joined the chat room was how quiet it was. Unlike normal forums or Discord servers where people spam memes or type in all caps, This place had an eerie silence. Conversations happened in short, cryptic bursts, as if everyone was speaking in some unspoken code. One username stood out, Watcher001. They had a red username tag, which was apparently reserved for moderators. I wasn't planning to interact. I just wanted to lurk. But less than 5 minutes after joining, I got a private message. It was from Watcher001. The message was simple. New here? Want to see something interesting? I hesitated. I knew better than to engage, but something about the phrasing hooked me. Against my better judgment, I typed back, "Sure." The response came instantly, like they'd been waiting for me. Click the link. A URL followed, but it wasn't one of those weird, long, dark web addresses. It was surprisingly clean. Against every instinct screaming at me to close the browser and walk away, I clicked it. The page loaded into a live stream. The screen was dark at first, the only sound being faint static. Then, slowly, the image began to adjust. It was a dimly lit room. No, a basement. The camera was positioned at an awkward angle, like it had been hastily set up in a corner. In the center of the frame was a chair, and on that chair sat a man, blindfolded, his hands tied behind his back. I felt my stomach twist. This wasn't a prank. This was real. The man was shaking, muttering something under his breath, but his words were muffled by duct tape over his mouth. In the chat attached to the stream, users were typing frantically, "Do it. Time's up. Make him scream." I froze. My brain struggled to process what I was seeing. Was this a prank? Some sick performance art? Before I could decide, the screen flickered. Another figure entered the frame. This one wore a black mask with no features, a plain, emotionless surface. They moved with deliberate slowness, circling the man in the chair. The chat exploded. Finally! Yes! Punishment time. I tried to exit the browser, but the page wouldn't close. I pressed Ctrl+Alt+Delete, but the task manager wouldn't open. My computer was locked. Panic set in. My heart pounded as I reached for the power button, ready to force a shutdown. But before I could, the masked figure looked directly into the camera. And then I heard a voice. Clear as day. It wasn't coming from the stream. It was coming from my speakers. Stay. It wasn't a request. It was a command. My hand froze, hovering over the power button. It felt like the voice had physically stopped me. I don't know how to explain it, but it was as if something invisible was holding me in place. On the screen, the figure raised a knife, dragging the blade lightly across the man's arm. Blood dripped onto the floor, and the muffled screams grew louder. I wanted to look away, but I couldn't. The chat lit up with reactions. More. Slower. This is gold. Then, a new message appeared in the chat. This one from Watcher001. Welcome to the game. My username. I stopped breathing. My username wasn't public. I hadn't typed anything in the chat. How did they know? I yanked the power cord out of the wall. My screen went black, and I collapsed back into my chair, shaking. I thought it was over. But then, my phone buzzed. A notification popped up. Missed call from unknown. I stared at the screen, paralyzed. The phone buzzed again. This time a text message appeared. You shouldn't have left. come back. I threw the phone across the room, but it buzzed again. I didn't dare pick it up. I didn't dare move. That night I didn't sleep. Every noise, every shadow felt like it was someone watching me. I unplugged my router, my modem, anything connected to the internet. For weeks, nothing happened. I thought I was safe. But then, one night as I was getting ready for bed, I noticed something strange. A light flickered in my backyard. I looked out the window and saw a figure standing just beyond the tree line. They wore a black mask, the same mask from the stream, and in their hand was a phone. My phone. The screen lit up, and I saw a text message appear. "You can't escape." I never stayed in that house again. I packed a bag and left, abandoning everything. I don't even use the internet anymore. But even now, I feel like they're still watching me, waiting for the right moment to remind me that I clicked the link. Never click the link. I'll be honest with you. I always thought people exaggerated about the dark web. You know, all those "don't go there, it's dangerous" stories that make the rounds on Reddit or YouTube. I figured most of it was just urban legends, or people trying to scare others for clicks. I mean, how bad could it really be? It's just websites, right? I wasn't some naive teenager when I decided to explore it. I was in my mid-20s, had a decent job in IT, and thought I knew everything there was to know about staying safe online. I knew about VPNs, Tor browsers, sandboxing, stuff to keep me anonymous and protected. So when I finally decided to take the plunge into the dark web, I wasn't worried. I was confident, even cocky. It started as curiosity. I wanted to see if all those rumors were true, if there really were hitmen for hire, human trafficking rings, or those infamous red rooms where you supposedly watch people get tortured in real time. But I wasn't an idiot. I didn't want to get in trouble, so I stuck to browsing marketplaces and forums. Honestly, most of what I saw was pretty mundane. Stolen credit cards, counterfeit documents, drugs. Nothing I hadn't already heard about. I was almost disappointed. Then I stumbled across a thread on one of the forums. It didn't have a flashy title or anything, just a simple post that said, "Looking for a unique experience? Click here." The link was just a random string of letters and numbers, like most dark web addresses. Something about it made me pause. The way it was worded was unsettling. But like an idiot, I clicked it anyway. The site was minimalist. Black background, white text. No images, no videos, just a single line of text. "Welcome to the Silent Mall. Do you want to play?" Underneath there were 2 buttons, yes and no. I laughed at how cliché it was. It reminded me of one of those old-school text-based adventure games. I hovered over the no button, fully intending to leave, but something stopped me. It was like a voice in the back of my head whispered, "Don't be a coward." I clicked yes. The screen went black for a moment and then new text appeared. "By entering, you agree to the terms. There is no turning back." I frowned. What terms? There was no checkbox, no agreement to read. Before I could think too much about it, another button appeared. Continue. I clicked it. The screen refreshed, and I was taken to what looked like a 360-degree view of a shopping mall. The graphics were surprisingly detailed, like something out of a VR game. The mall was empty, dimly lit, and completely silent. No background music, no distant chatter, just the faint hum of fluorescent lights. At the bottom of the screen was a prompt. Choose a store. There were several options. A clothing store, a toy store, a hardware store, and a food court. I clicked on the toy store, half expecting some edgy jump scare. The screen transitioned smoothly into the store's interior. Shelves lined with dolls, action figures, board games, and stuffed animals appeared. The details were unsettlingly realistic. I could even see the dust on some of the shelves. And then I saw it. One of the dolls turned its head. I froze. It wasn't like a smooth animation you'd see in a game. It was jerky, unnatural, like it was being controlled in real time. A message popped up at the bottom of the screen. Do you like what you see? I hesitated, then typed, "Is this a game?" The response came instantly. "Everything is a game. Keep playing." The doll moved again, this time falling off the shelf and landing on the floor with a thud. I swear I could hear it, even though there wasn't supposed to be any sound. At this point, I was thoroughly creeped out. I tried to close the browser, but it wouldn't let me. The window wouldn't respond, and when I tried to force quit, my entire screen went black. Then a new message appeared on my monitor in bright red text. "You can't leave yet." I sat there, heart pounding, as the mall's 360-degree view reappeared. This time, things were different. The lights in the mall flickered, and shadows moved at the edges of the screen. A new prompt appeared. Go to the food court. I didn't want to. Every instinct was screaming at me to turn off my computer, to unplug it and throw it out the window if I had to. But my hands moved on their own, clicking the food court icon. The food court was empty, except for one table. On the table was a laptop, just like mine. As I stared at the screen, my webcam light turned on. I froze. A new message appeared, but this time, it wasn't on the website. It was in a text document that automatically opened on my desktop. It read, "Look behind you." I couldn't breathe. Slowly, I turned my head. There was nothing there. When I turned back to my screen, the view in the food court had changed. The laptop on the table was gone. In its place was me. It was like looking into a mirror. My exact outfit, my exact posture, even the same terrified expression on my face. Then my doppelganger on the screen smiled. I don't remember much after that. I must have blacked out, because when I came to, I was on the floor, my computer was off, and the room was freezing cold. I thought it was over, but the nightmares started the next night. In my dreams, I was back in the mall, wandering aimlessly as shadows followed me. Sometimes I'd wake up to find my computer turned on, displaying the same mall interface. I moved apartments, changed my name online, even got rid of all my old tech. But it didn't matter. The nightmares followed me, and so did the messages. Just last week, I got a package in the mail. No return address, no note. Inside was a single item, a doll. Its head was turned, staring straight at me. All right, so this is a story I haven't really shared with anyone. Not fully, anyway. A few friends know bits and pieces, but no one's ever gotten the whole story. Honestly, I try not to think about it much. It's the kind of memory you just want to shove into the back of your mind and pretend it didn't happen. But every now and then, late at night when it's just too quiet, the memory creeps back in, and I find myself lying there, wide awake, with every moment replaying in my head. So, here's the story. This all happened a few years back, when I was in my mid-20s. I was at this strange point in my life where things felt stuck, just a kind of inertia. I didn't have a solid career, hadn't really figured out where I wanted to be or what I wanted to do. I'd been bouncing around, living in different places, and during this time, I ended up moving back in with my mom. Now my mom lived in this old house, kind of on the outskirts of town. It was a weird place, cold, drafty, and every door seemed to creak in a way that made your hair stand on end. But it was home, and I didn't have any better options. So I took my old room upstairs and settled in. One of the stranger things about this house was the basement. I'd never really been down there, not as a kid, and not when I moved back. It was one of those off-limits areas that parents just never really explain. "It's just storage," my mom would say. "Nothing down there you'd want to see." But the way she'd say it, her tone, it always made me think there was something she wasn't telling me. At first I didn't think much of it. I mean, everyone has weird family quirks, right? But then things started to happen. Little things at first. I'd wake up in the middle of the night to this faint sound, like a shuffling, or a soft thumping coming from somewhere below. Every time I heard it, I'd try to tell myself it was just the old pipes or the house settling, but it felt deliberate somehow, like something was down there, moving around, waiting for me to fall asleep before it made itself known. One night, it was worse than usual. I woke up around 3 a.m. to this scratching. I was half asleep lying there in the dark, and for a second, I thought I was just dreaming. But then I realized I was wide awake, and the sound was real. It was coming from directly below me, right from the basement. I remember lying there, heart pounding, straining to hear every little detail. It was this rhythmic scratching, like something with claws was just dragging itself along the floor. Then it would stop, go quiet, and then start again. I was terrified, but after lying there, listening to it for what felt like hours, I eventually drifted off to sleep. The next morning, I told my mom about it, just in passing, hoping she'd have a reasonable explanation. She just looked at me, this strange look on her face, and said, "It's an old house. You'll hear things." And that was it. She wouldn't say anything more, wouldn't let me ask questions. It was like she didn't want to talk about the basement, like just mentioning it made her uncomfortable. Now here's where things start getting weird. About a week after that night, my mom got a call from a friend who needed help in another town. She left to go stay with her friend, and I was on my own in the house. At first, I was excited about the alone time. I had a place to myself, and I figured maybe the noises would stop without her around, like maybe it was something I was just imagining. But as soon as she left, the basement noises got worse. Every night, as soon as the house got quiet, I'd hear it. Shuffling, scratching. Sometimes it even sounded like faint whispers, like someone was muttering down there, just low enough that I couldn't quite make out the words. It was almost worse that way, like my imagination was filling in the gaps and making it scarier than it probably was. But as the days went by, I started feeling like something was watching me. Like there was this presence in the house that I couldn't see, but could definitely feel. One night, I finally had enough. I told myself it was time to check the basement, to get over whatever weird fear I had, and just go down there and see it for myself. I mean, there had to be some logical explanation, right? Maybe there were rats or some other animal stuck down there. So I grabbed a flashlight, went to the basement door, and immediately felt a wave of dread wash over me. The basement door was strange. It had a heavy padlock on it, which I hadn't noticed before. My mom had never mentioned locking it, and it wasn't like we kept anything valuable down there. But there it was. A big old padlock, slightly rusted but definitely functional. I hesitated, considering just letting it be, but curiosity got the better of me. I searched around the house until I found the key in a drawer in the kitchen, then came back, unlocked it, and pulled open the door. The smell hit me first, this overwhelming, sickly sweet stench, like something had been left to rot for a long, long time. I gagged, covering my nose with my sleeve, and took a few steps down the narrow staircase. The further I went, the colder it got, and my flashlight barely cut through the darkness. It was like the shadows were thick, almost tangible, like they were trying to push me back. At the bottom of the stairs, I found myself in a small, cramped room with low ceilings. There was old furniture covered in sheets, stacks of boxes, and a couple of dusty shelves lined with old jars. I shined my flashlight around, feeling like I'd just stepped into another world, like this was a part of the house that didn't belong in reality. And then I saw it. Against the far wall, there was this thing. A figure crouched down, almost folded in on itself, with long, thin limbs and pale skin stretched too tightly over its bones. Its eyes were closed, but its mouth hung open in this ghastly silent scream. I froze, heart racing, telling myself it had to be some kind of mannequin or weird Halloween prop my mom had kept for some reason. But as I got closer, I realized it was breathing. This slow, shallow rise and fall of its chest, like it was in some kind of deep, disturbed slumber. I stumbled backward, nearly dropping my flashlight, and as I did, the creature's eyes snapped open. They were hollow, empty, just black pits that seemed to stare straight through me. I don't remember how I got out of the basement. The next thing I remember is standing outside in the driveway, gasping for air, the front door of the house swinging open behind me. I must have run without even realizing it, instincts taking over and dragging me out of there. I called my mom, barely able to get the words out, and told her everything. When she got home, she didn't say anything. She just hugged me, and for the first time I saw fear in her eyes. Real fear, like she'd known all along what was in that basement, but had hoped I'd never find out. After that, we moved out. She sold the house to a distant relative, but I haven't set foot back there since. To this day, I still don't know what it was or why it was there, but sometimes, late at night, I'll still hear that faint scratching in my dreams, and I wake up with that same feeling, that sensation of being watched. And every time I think back to that figure, those empty, staring eyes, and I wonder if it's still down there, waiting. All right, So this story is one I don't share often. It's probably the creepiest, most unsettling thing that's ever happened to me. And just thinking about it is enough to give me the chills all over again. You know those weird, dark family secrets that everyone brushes under the rug? Well, my family has one, and it all has to do with the basement in my grandparents' old house. So, to give you some background, I grew up pretty close to my grandparents. They had this old Victorian house, the kind with big, creaky rooms and ancient, narrow staircases that seemed to echo with every step. My grandpa was a bit of a collector. He had all sorts of oddities, stuff from around the world, things you'd probably find in a museum or some strange curio shop. And while the rest of the house was packed with strange objects, the basement was off limits. It was the one place none of us were ever allowed to go. Grandpa was firm about it. No one went down there, and he made it sound like there was nothing to see, just old junk, as he put it. Now, when you're a kid, that only makes things more intriguing. My cousins and I were always wondering what he was hiding. Was it something valuable, dangerous? As we got older, the curiosity faded a bit. But there was always this lingering question in the back of my mind. Eventually, I just sort of accepted it. Grandpa didn't want anyone in the basement. And that was that. Fast forward to a few years ago. My grandparents had both passed away by this point, and my family was left with the house. No one really wanted to sell it, so my dad and I took on the responsibility of cleaning it up. The place had been sitting empty for a while, and it felt strange, almost like a forgotten time capsule, with everything still in its place, as if my grandparents would just walk in at any moment. After a couple of days of packing up their things, we finally got to the basement. My dad and I both hesitated, standing at the top of those creaky old stairs, staring down into the darkness. It felt like crossing some sort of boundary, like we were about to disturb something that had been at rest for years. I could tell my dad felt it too, this eerie unease. But we had a job to do, so we headed down. The air changed as soon as we reached the bottom, thick, musty, and cold, colder than it should have been, almost as if we'd stepped into a cave. My flashlight cut through the darkness, illuminating old furniture draped in dusty sheets, shelves lined with jars of, well, who knows what, and stacks of boxes filled with who knows what. And then we found something strange, a locked door at the far end of the room. Now, keep in mind, this basement wasn't huge. We'd been down there a good 20 minutes before noticing the door, as if it had been hidden in plain sight. And it didn't make sense for a basement like that to have a room off to the side like this. I could tell my dad was curious too, though he seemed more wary than excited. He tried to open it, but it was locked tight. He gave me this look, kind of a warning, like maybe we should just leave it alone. But of course, I couldn't. I ran back upstairs and rummaged through my grandpa's drawers until I found an old set of keys. I tried a few, until finally, one of them fit, and the lock clicked open with this soft, echoing sound. The room was dark, pitch dark. I clicked on the light, but nothing happened. My dad's flashlight caught the edges of something. We stepped in, and as the light hit the walls, I froze. The walls were covered in writing, every inch covered in strange symbols and words, like someone had spent years filling every part of it. And they weren't random scribbles. They were deliberate, methodical. I recognized some of the words as symbols from different languages, ones my grandpa used to talk about. Some of it was in Latin, others in symbols I'd seen in his books, old texts he'd kept locked away. My dad backed out of the room, his face pale, and said we should go. He looked more scared than I'd ever seen him, and I was about to follow him when I heard something. This low, almost inaudible hum, like a faint hum from deep within the walls. And then I saw something in the corner of the room, a trap door, hidden in the floorboards. I don't know what came over me, but I was compelled. I knelt down, feeling the old wood under my fingers, and pulled. It was heavier than I expected, as if it hadn't been opened in years. The smell that came out of that hole was thick, rotten, and putrid, like something decayed. My dad was begging me to close it up, but I just couldn't. I shined my flashlight down and saw a set of stairs, winding down into the darkness. I looked back at my dad, and he just shook his head, backing away, muttering something about leaving. But I had to know. I climbed down, one step at a time, feeling the walls close in around me. The air grew colder, and the smell grew stronger. I don't know how long I was down there, but eventually, I reached the bottom. It was a room. A small circular room lined with old shelves, and on each shelf was a jar filled with things. I couldn't tell what they were. Some looked like preserved organs or animal parts, but some of them looked almost human. I felt this overwhelming dread, a feeling like I'd just walked into something I was never supposed to see. And then I heard a noise, a soft scratching sound coming from the far wall. I whipped my flashlight around, and for a moment, I thought I saw something moving. I blinked and it was gone, but the scratching kept going, getting louder, closer. I turned to run, but the door at the top of the stairs was shut. I was trapped down there, in that cold, damp room, with something scratching its way toward me. My flashlight started to flicker, and the scratching turned into whispers, voices that I couldn't quite make out but were clearly there. I pounded on the door, screaming for my dad, but no one answered. It felt like I was in that darkness forever. Eventually, my dad opened the door, pulling me out of there, his face white as a sheet. We didn't talk about what happened. We just packed up our things, left the basement as it was, and got out of there. I don't know what my grandpa was involved in, or why he'd hidden that room. But I do know one thing. I'll never set foot in that basement again. Okay, so before I dive into this, let me just say that I wasn't always this cautious. These days, I barely touch the internet unless I have to. I don't order stuff online, I don't use social media, and I definitely don't go snooping around places I shouldn't. But back then, I was curious. Too curious. I thought I was smart, invincible even, but I learned the hard way that the internet, especially the dark web, is no joke. It started about 2 years ago. I was living on my own in a small apartment, working a boring office job that barely paid the bills. My nights were usually spent scrolling Reddit, watching YouTube, or gaming. I wasn't into anything shady, but I'd always had a morbid fascination with creepy stories and urban legends. I'd spend hours going down rabbit holes about conspiracy theories, unsolved mysteries, and of course the infamous dark web. I'd heard all the usual warnings. Don't go there. Don't download anything. Don't click on random links. But the more I read about it, the more I wanted to see it for myself. It felt like a rite of passage, like proving to myself that I wasn't scared. So one Friday night, I decided to take the plunge. I set everything up, a VPN, the Tor browser, the whole deal. I told myself I was just going to look around, maybe check out some forums or marketplaces. Nothing illegal, nothing too deep. At first, it was kind of underwhelming. I found a few sketchy websites selling drugs, fake IDs, and hacked Netflix accounts. It wasn't anything I hadn't already heard about. I even laughed at how anticlimactic it was. But then I found a link on a forum. A simple, unassuming thread with the title, "Are you looking for something more?" It caught my attention because it wasn't specific. Most of the other threads were blatant about what they were offering. Hacking services, counterfeit money, that sort of thing. But this one was vague, almost cryptic. The post itself just said, "Click the link if you're ready to see the truth." Now, I know how stupid that sounds. Every red flag in the world was waving in my face, but curiosity got the better of me. I clicked the link. The website was strange, unlike anything I'd seen before. It was just a black screen with a single line of text in white. "Welcome to the archive." Underneath there was a login box. Obviously, I didn't have an account, but there was a button that said, "Request access." I clicked it, and a new page loaded. It was a form asking for my name, email, and a photo. A photo of me. I hesitated. Why would they need a photo? It felt wrong, invasive. But at the same time, I was too far in to back out. So like an idiot, I uploaded a selfie. The screen went black for a few seconds, and then a message appeared. "Access granted. Welcome. My name." Seeing my name there sent a chill down my spine. But before I could process it, the page changed again. This time, it was a list of links. No descriptions, just random strings of numbers and letters. I clicked on the first one. It opened a video. The quality was grainy, like it had been recorded on an old security camera. At first, I couldn't tell what I was looking at. It was a dimly lit room with a single chair in the center. A man was sitting in it, his head slumped forward. Then the screen flickered, and a new figure appeared. Someone wearing a black hoodie and a white mask. They walked into the frame and stood in front of the man. For a moment, nothing happened. Then, without warning, the masked figure pulled out a knife and, well, you can guess the rest. I slammed my laptop shut. My heart was racing, and I felt like I was going to throw up. What the hell had I just watched? Was it real? I told myself it had to be fake, some kind of elaborate hoax. But deep down, I wasn't so sure. I should have stopped there. I should have deleted everything and never looked back. But instead, I convinced myself that I needed to know more. I reopened my laptop, and the website was still there, waiting for me. I clicked on another link. This one took me to a live stream. The camera was pointed at a dark basement. There was no sound, just the faint hum of static. For a while, nothing happened. Then I noticed something in the corner, a shape, barely visible in the shadows. As I stared at the screen, the chat box lit up with messages. "He's here. Watch closely. Don't look away." I felt my skin crawl. The shape in the corner started to move, slowly, deliberately. It was a person. No, something pretending to be a person. The way it moved was wrong. like its joints didn't work the way they were supposed to. Then it turned and looked directly at the camera, at me. I slammed the laptop shut again, but this time, it didn't turn off. The screen flashed back on, showing the same basement, the same creature. And then, the sound started. It wasn't loud, just a faint whispering, like someone speaking in a language I couldn't understand. But it was coming from inside my apartment. I grabbed my phone and ran out of there, not stopping until I was in my car with the doors locked. I called a friend, stammering out some excuse about needing a place to crash. I didn't tell them the real reason. When I went back the next day, my laptop was gone. The door hadn't been forced. Nothing else was missing, just the laptop. I tried to move on, but things only got worse. I started getting emails from unknown addresses. They were just strings of random letters and numbers, but attached to them were photos of me, photos taken inside my apartment. The last straw came a week later, when I woke up to find a single message written on my bathroom mirror. "You're in the archive now." I moved across the country after that, changed my name, my number, everything. But even now, I still have nightmares about that basement, about the whispers. And sometimes, late at night, I swear I hear static coming from the walls. So yeah, take it from me. Stay away from the dark web. Some things aren't worth knowing. Look, I'm not proud of what I'm about to tell you. It's not one of those cool stories where I came out looking like a hero. In fact, most of the time, I wish I'd never clicked on that stupid link. But I guess some lessons you only learn the hard way. Anyway, let me back up a bit. This all started a couple of years ago when I was fresh out of college and living in my first apartment. It wasn't much, just a studio with thin walls and a window that barely let in any light. But it was mine, you know. I was broke, working a crappy retail job, and spending most of my free time online. Reddit, YouTube, gaming, you name it. I don't even know when I first became obsessed with the idea of the dark web. Maybe it was all the horror stories I read on forums, or those sketchy, caught-on-camera videos on YouTube. I'd always been into creepy stuff, so the idea of this hidden corner of the internet where anything goes, it was like catnip. I wasn't looking to buy drugs or guns or anything illegal. I just wanted to see what was out there, to peek behind the curtain. For weeks, I read guides on how to access it safely. Everyone warned against it, but honestly, that just made me want to do it more. I downloaded Tor, set up a VPN, and made sure I wasn't using any personal accounts. I told myself I was just going to browse for a bit, maybe check out some forums or marketplaces. No harm in looking, right? The first time I logged on, it was underwhelming. Most of the sites were boring or just flat-out scams. There were marketplaces selling counterfeit passports, guides on how to hack Facebook accounts, and forums full of edgy teenagers trying to sound tough. For a while, I thought the whole thing was just overhyped. But then, one night, I stumbled onto something different. It was a forum called The Chamber. The layout was basic, just a black background and white text. Most of the threads were password protected, but one of them was open. The title just said, "See something you can't unsee." Curiosity got the better of me. I clicked on it, and there was a single post from a user named Shadowed Observer. It said, "Enter at your own risk. This isn't for the faint of heart." Below that, there was a link. I hesitated. My heart was racing, and every instinct was telling me to close the browser and go back to watching cat videos on YouTube. But instead, I clicked. The screen went black for a few seconds, and then a video started playing. The footage was grainy, like it had been recorded on an old VHS tape. It showed a room, a basement, judging by the exposed pipes and cement walls. In the center of the frame was a metal chair with straps on the arms and legs. At first, the room was empty. Then after a few seconds, a figure stepped into view. They were wearing a mask, one of those plain white ones you'd see in a dollar store, and a black hoodie. They didn't say anything. They just stood there staring at the camera. The video ended abruptly, and a chat box popped up on the screen. "Do you want to see more?" Without thinking, I typed, "Yes." Another video started playing. This one was similar to the first. A basement, the same chair. But this time, there was someone sitting in it. A man, blindfolded and gagged. He was struggling against the straps, shaking his head as if trying to scream. The masked figure walked into the frame again, holding something in their hand. I couldn't tell what it was at first, but then they lifted it. A knife. I closed the browser so fast I almost knocked my laptop off the table. My hands were shaking and I felt like I was going to be sick. I tried to convince myself it wasn't real, that it was just some sick prank or a scene from a horror movie. But it felt real. Too real. I should have stopped there. I should have deleted Tor and never touched the dark web again. But instead, I made the biggest mistake of my life. The next night, I logged back in. I couldn't explain it. It was like an itch I couldn't scratch. Part of me wanted to prove to myself that it wasn't real, that it was all fake. I went back to the chamber, but this time the open thread was gone. Every link required a password. As I was about to give up, I noticed a message in the corner of the screen. It was from Shadowed Observer. "You came back. Why?" I didn't know how to respond. My fingers hovered over the keyboard, and finally I typed, "I want to know if it's real." A few seconds passed before they replied, "Do you?" Then they sent me a link. I clicked on it, and suddenly my webcam turned on. A small box in the corner of the screen showed my own face, wide-eyed and pale. I tried to close the browser, but it wouldn't let me. The screen was frozen, except for the chat box. Shadowed Observer typed, "Welcome to the show." The video feed changed. It wasn't a recording this time. It was live. The same basement, the same chair. Only now, there was a woman sitting in it. She was crying, struggling against the straps. "Stop," I typed. "I don't want to see this." "Too late," they replied. The masked figure appeared again, and this time they were holding a phone. They turned it toward the camera, and my blood ran cold. It was a picture of me, sitting in my apartment. I slammed the laptop shut and unplugged it from the wall. My heart was pounding, and I felt like I couldn't breathe. How did they have that picture? Were they watching me? That night I didn't sleep. Every noise, every shadow felt like a threat. I put my laptop in a drawer and swore I'd never touch it again. But the next morning, I found a note slipped under my door. Once you've seen the chamber, it sees you too. I moved out of that apartment the same week. I changed my number, deleted all my social media, and even got a new laptop. But no matter what I do, I can't shake the feeling that someone's watching me. Sometimes, late at night, I hear strange noises outside my window. A soft tapping, like fingers on glass. And every now and then, I find a photo slipped under my door. The last one was of me, asleep in my new apartment. I've always been curious about the darker side of things. I'm not talking about illegal or messed up stuff, but like the mysteries of the world. UFOs, ghost stories, urban legends, that kind of thing. So, naturally, when I started hearing more and more about the dark web, I couldn't resist. At first, it was just something I read about in passing. People on Reddit or YouTube would talk about these creepy encounters, sketchy marketplaces, or bizarre live streams. The idea that there was this whole hidden part of the internet filled with unfiltered content. It was both terrifying and fascinating, but I never thought I'd actually go there myself. It started one boring Saturday night. I had nothing to do, and my friends were all busy. I was sitting in my tiny apartment, scrolling through Reddit, when I stumbled across a thread in r Unresolved, mysteries about weird things found on the dark web. The comments were full of people telling their own experiences, some clearly fake, but others felt a little too real. I was hooked. By the time I realized how late it had gotten, I was already down a rabbit hole. I'd gone from reading stories to watching YouTube videos, then to Googling how to access the dark web. And that's when I made my first mistake. I decided to try it for myself. Before I go any further, let me just say, don't do this. Seriously. Whatever curiosity you might have, it's not worth it. But at the time, I was too stubborn and stupid to listen to that little voice in my head telling me to stop. I started by downloading Tor and setting up a VPN. I'd read enough to know that without those, I'd be leaving myself completely exposed. Even so, I felt a pit in my stomach as I opened Tor for the first time. The browser looked normal enough, but I knew I wasn't in Kansas anymore. At first, it was disappointing. I clicked through a bunch of directories and found nothing but dead links or basic forums. There were some sketchy marketplaces selling drugs, stolen credit cards, and counterfeit IDs, but nothing that screamed horror story. I started to think the dark web was just overhyped. That was until I stumbled across a forum thread titled, "The Hollow Room." The post was vague. Just a few sentences. Do you want to see the truth? The real truth? Join us in the Hollow Room, and you'll never be the same. There was a link below it, but no context. The username of the poster was just a string of random characters, and there were no replies to the thread. It felt off. But I was intrigued. Against my better judgment, I clicked the link. The page that loaded was simple. A black background with a single line of text. Enter your email to proceed. Now I wasn't stupid enough to give them my real email, so I quickly made a throwaway account and entered it. Nothing happened for a few seconds, and I thought maybe the site was a dud. But then, a new page loaded with a message. Welcome to the Hollow Room. You will receive instructions shortly. I sat there staring at the screen, unsure of what I'd just signed up for. I almost closed my laptop, But before I could, I got a notification on my phone. It was an email from the throwaway account I'd just created. The subject line simply said, "Are you ready to see?" The email contained a link and a password. That was it. No explanation, no context. Just an invitation to go deeper. Every instinct I had was screaming at me to stop, to delete the email and walk away. But I didn't. I clicked the link and entered the password. This time, the website that loaded was different. It wasn't just text. It was a live video feed. The camera was focused on a dark room, concrete walls, a flickering light bulb, and a chair in the center. At first, I thought it was empty, but then I noticed movement in the corner of the frame. There was a person. They were tied to the chair, head slumped forward, breathing heavily. The sound quality was awful, static and distorted, but I could hear their muffled cries. My stomach twisted into knots. This couldn't be real, right? It had to be fake, like one of those staged horror movies. Then, a chat box appeared at the bottom of the screen. "Welcome, viewer," it said. "Are you ready to participate?" I didn't type anything. My hands were frozen on the keyboard. Type, "Yes to continue," or "Close your browser now." I should have closed it. I should have walked away. But I was frozen, captivated by the horror unfolding in front of me. Against my better judgment, I typed, "Yes." The chat box disappeared, and the video feed changed. The camera zoomed in on the person in the chair, a man in his 30s, his face bruised and bloody. He was crying now, his gag muffling his sobs. Then a timer appeared on the screen. "You have 60 seconds to decide. Save or sacrifice." My heart stopped. This wasn't real. It couldn't be. The timer was ticking down, and I didn't know what would happen if I didn't choose. I hovered my mouse over the options, my mind racing. Save him? Sacrifice him? What did it mean? Was this some kind of sick joke? With 3 seconds left, I clicked save. The screen went black. For a moment, I thought it was over. But then a new video feed appeared. This time, it wasn't the man in the chair. It was me. The camera angle was from behind my laptop, showing me sitting at my desk. My blood ran cold. I slammed my laptop shut, yanked out the power cord, and ripped the battery out. My heart was pounding so hard I thought it might burst. That night, I barely slept. Every sound, every shadow felt like a threat. I told myself it was over, that I was done with the dark web for good. But the next morning, there was a note taped to my apartment door. "You can't stop playing." All right, so let me preface this by saying I wish I could go back in time and slap some sense into myself. What I'm about to tell you, it still haunts me. It's not just the memories, it's the feeling of being watched, even now. But hey, I guess everyone needs a cautionary tale, right? So here's mine. Back when this happened, I was living alone in a crappy little apartment, working a dead-end job, and generally just existing on autopilot. I wasn't particularly social, and most of my free time was spent online. I was your typical Reddit lurker, digging through forums and soaking up conspiracy theories, ghost stories, and yes, tales about the dark web. For months I'd been fascinated by it. I mean, I wasn't stupid. I knew it wasn't all just hackers and hitmen like in the movies. Most of it was scams, fake marketplaces, or weird forums. But the idea of this hidden layer of the internet, a place where rules didn't apply, I couldn't stop thinking about it. I wanted to see it for myself. One night, after hours of watching YouTube videos about dark web horror stories, I decided to take the plunge. I told myself it was just for fun, that I wasn't going to do anything sketchy, just look around. I downloaded Tor, set up a VPN, thank you Reddit for teaching me that much, and dove in. At first it was underwhelming. Most of the sites were either dead links or blatant scams. There were marketplaces for drugs and counterfeit documents, forums discussing everything from hacking to conspiracy theories, and even a few mystery box sites that looked like total rip-offs. Honestly, I was starting to think the dark web was more urban legend than anything else. But then I found a link buried deep in one of the forums. The post was short, just a few sentences. Looking for something real, something raw? Enter if you dare, but you can't unsee it. Below that was a string of random characters that I assumed was a link. No context, no warnings beyond that cryptic little blurb. Now, I know what you're thinking. Don't click the link, you idiot. And yeah, I probably should have listened to that little voice in my head screaming the same thing. But curiosity got the better of me. I clicked. The screen went black for a moment, and then a website loaded. The layout was bare, just a black background with a single box in the center. The text inside said, "Enter your email to proceed." At this point, I was already on edge, but I didn't want to back out. I wasn't about to use my real email, though. I quickly set up a throwaway account, entered it, and hit submit. For a few seconds, nothing happened. Then, a chat box popped up on the screen. "Welcome," it said. "Do you want to play a game?" I stared at the screen, my heart pounding. It was like something out of a horror movie. But instead of closing the browser and calling it a night, I typed, "What kind of game?" The reply was almost instant. "One where you win, or you lose everything." A new window opened, this one showing a live video feed. The camera was pointed at a small, dimly lit room. It looked like a basement. Concrete walls, a single light bulb swinging from the ceiling. In the center of the frame was a chair, and sitting in that chair was a man. He was tied up, his head slumped forward like he was unconscious. "What the hell is this?" I typed. "Your game," came the reply. Before I could respond, the man in the chair started to stir. He lifted his head, and I saw his face. He looked terrified. His mouth was gagged, but his eyes were wide with panic. Then another message popped up. "Do you want him to live or die?" My stomach dropped. This had to be fake, right? Some kind of sick prank. "Is this real?" I typed. The reply was a link. I hesitated for a moment, then clicked on it. It opened a new window, and my blood ran cold. It was a live feed of me, sitting at my desk, staring at my laptop. I slammed the lid of my laptop shut and yanked out the power cord. My heart was racing, and my hands were shaking so badly I could barely breathe. I sat there in the dark for what felt like an eternity, just staring at the blank screen. I told myself it was over, that I was done with the dark web for good. But the next morning, when I checked my email, there was a new message in my throwaway account. The subject line said, "You shouldn't have left." I didn't open it. I deleted the entire account. But that night, I found a note slipped under my apartment door. It was a single piece of paper with 2 words written in black marker, "Keep playing." I didn't sleep that night. Every noise, every shadow felt like a threat. I started keeping a knife by my bed and avoided going online for days. But no matter how hard I tried, I couldn't shake the feeling that someone was watching me. A week later, I came home from work to find my apartment door unlocked. Nothing was missing, but there was a USB drive sitting on my desk. I almost didn't pick it up, but curiosity won out. I plugged it into an old laptop I didn't care about and opened the only file on it. A video. It was me, sleeping. The camera angle made it clear the footage had been taken from inside my apartment. I moved out the next day. Since then, I've changed my number, my email, and even my name. But every now and then, I still find little reminders. A random email in my spam folder, a text from an unknown number, a photo of me slipped under my new apartment door. I don't go online much anymore, and I definitely stay far, far away from the dark web. But even now, years later, I still feel like I'm being watched. So, yeah, if you're thinking about checking out the dark web, don't. Some doors aren't meant to be opened, and once you do, you might not be able to close them again. My family and I have been going through a very strange experience over the last couple of months. It's hard to even put into words or explain what is going on. I guess I can just start off from where it all started to feel off. A few months back, my family had a big get-together. My parents both have 2 siblings. They all got married and had some kids. Well, all of them except Uncle Matt. He never got married or had kids. That means I have 10 cousins. My aunts and uncles all live within 2 hours of us. So we've all grown up together. That being said, we don't normally have all my aunts and uncles in a house at once. This was a rare occasion to have a family meal when they were all free. I will not be naming every single family member in this post because that seems like a lot of information. And honestly, you've already gotten more information about my family than you ever wanted. But I promise, this context is important. Okay, enough with my babbling. Let's talk about what happened that weird night. My parents and I went over to my Aunt Margot and Uncle Ken's house for a BBQ in the backyard. The backyard felt loud and chaotic. I tried to stay out of the way and get the night over with. I was honestly just there for the free food. We were all sitting down at a big table outside. I was so focused on making sure none of the napkins went flying in the wind, I wasn't listening to the conversation. My Aunt Margot came over to the table with a plate of really burnt hot dogs. My mom immediately started to laugh at the sight of them. Is burning food genetic or something? How on earth do you guys always do that to food? The Jensens need to leave the cooking to the Millers, my mom said with a sarcastic giggle. Uncle Ken looked at her confused. What are you on about Liz? Uncle Ken snapped back. I mean, Margot burnt the hot dogs, and Matt always burns food when he cooks. Remember, we had to ban him for months from cooking because we had to order takeout like 3 times in a row. Everyone at the table laughed, recalling their memories. Sighs of recollection bounced back and forth from person to person when my dad spoke up in Aunt Margot's defense. Honey, what are you talking about? Matt is your brother. I really shouldn't have to remind you of that. My mom rolled her eyes in response to my dad. I spoke up because I was suddenly confused about which side of the family Uncle Matt was actually on. You would think I would naturally just know that, but all my aunts and uncles act like siblings and call each other their siblings. My grandparents often refer to their son-daughter-in-laws as just their kids, so it isn't something I always think about. Wait, I'm confused. Whose side is Uncle Matt on? What is the joke? I don't get it, I asked, but was only met with a laugh from all the parents at the table. I finally got an answer from my mom following the silence of the joke that somehow went over my head. Don't be silly, baby. Matt is your dad's brother. As the words left her mouth, half the table looked confused. Liz, what are you talking about? He is on your side. He is a Miller, my Aunt Margot said as she scraped off the burnt edges of her hot dog. Okay, now I'm with Amanda. I don't get the joke, my mom said while looking at me with narrow, inquisitive eyes, and then at the rest of the group. Wait, everyone slow down, Aunt June said, speaking up for probably the first time in the night. This is dumb. Matt is not Liz and I's brother. He has to be on the Jensen side of the family. I sat at the table watching my family in silence. Their eyes darted back and forth. They stopped laughing and were all just scratching their heads. After a few minutes, my mom got out her phone. She found an old family photo from when she was a kid. In the photo were her, my grandparents, my Uncle Paul, and my Aunt June. Nothing out of the ordinary. After looking at the picture, Aunt Margot got out her phone and looked for an old childhood photo. Aha! Found one, she stated as she showed off the photo on her phone. Yet again, the photo was normal. It had my grandparents, my dad, Aunt Margot, and Aunt Susan. The next hour consisted of both sides of the family going back and forth showing photos, none of them with Uncle Matt in them. I had a few of my cousins there, but they all lost interest once they ate. I, on the other hand, couldn't be pulled away. I was engrossed in learning where the heck Uncle Matt came from. They kept talking back and forth. They figured maybe he wasn't anyone's sibling. Maybe he was related by marriage or a second cousin twice removed that I just called Uncle Matt, because that was the easiest thing to call him. We all have a relative like that, right? I know an easy solution you might be thinking of is to just call him up. That's also what I said, but he was working, and they didn't want to interrupt him, but guess what? I needed answers, so I decided to call him. However, when I looked at my phone, I couldn't find him in my contacts. I looked through it multiple times. I remembered texting him about something a few days back, so he should have been in my text history. Still nothing. After being weirded out by his contact being gone, I mentioned out loud that someone should call him, regardless of him being at work. No one agreed with me, but once I told them his contact was missing from my phone, they all got curious and looked to see if he was missing for them too. We were all in shock to find him missing from all our phones. The family started to dig through their camera rolls and any digital libraries they had to try and find any photo of him. Uncle Andrew thought he had a photo of the back of him, but we soon found that we all remembered him looking differently. Uncle Andrew showed a picture of the back of a bald man who looked pretty tall. Aunt June called him crazy and recalled him having long curly red hair. It wasn't like we hadn't seen him in a year or that he was some kind of distant memory. I saw the guy last week. He came over to my house to help me with some homework, and I can tell you he didn't have red hair, or no hair at all. He was, well, shoot. I can't remember what he looked like now that I think about it. It was safe to say we were all creeped out. As the sun went down and it got chilly out, the group moved inside. Normally, this is when everyone would go home, but I saw Aunt Margot start a pot of coffee. It was going to be a long night. The air was tense and full of unease. None of the adults wanted to go home until they had answers. I could tell the adults wanted to talk more but didn't want to worry the younger cousins. My older cousin Maddie clearly didn't care about anything that was going on. She just wanted to sleep. We convinced her to take my 3 young cousins into the basement so they could all get some sleep. But not me. I was invested. Uncle Matt and I are close. We see each other all the time. How could I not have a shred of evidence that he even existed? As my cousins shuffled downstairs, all the adults huddled around a big whiteboard Aunt Margot slapped on the kitchen island. They started to write down everything they could remember, what he looked like the last time they saw him, memories of him. None of it was coherent. It seemed he was a completely different person in all our memories. Even if it was a memory where multiple people were around. One of the only things that we could all agree on was that the Jensens always thought he was on the Miller side of the family, and the Millers always thought he was on the Jensen side. My mom recalled a story of Matt and my dad going to a lake to fish, but the hook got stuck on Matt's hat and went flying. My dad told us he remembered my mom telling him the same exact story many times. Everyone had memories of stories where he was on the other side of the family. Soon everyone was on the phone with a new family member, trying to tell them the situation and asking what they thought about everything. My aunts and uncles were talking to realities on the phone I didn't know I had. Relatives that probably only met Matt a couple times at best. All I heard was one dead end at a time. No one knew where he came from or where he went. So the big question was, who is Matt? Was he just some random guy who weaseled his way into the family, telling one side of the family one thing and the other side another? Or was it something so much worse? As the sun came up that Saturday morning, we were all still scratching our heads. The deeper we got into who Matt was, the more freaked out everyone got. I was honestly surprised they let me stay with them all night long. The more digging everyone did, the farther away we felt. The more rabbit holes we went down, the less real he seemed. We couldn't find any evidence that he ever existed. Some of us searched all over the internet for Matt Jensen or Matt Miller, and a few of us searched for other last names in the family. Of course, it was kind of hard to know who we were looking for, given we didn't know what he really looked like. After hours of discussion, we compiled a list of attributes that never wavered about Uncle Matt. He was a man. He never had a mustache. He was tall. He was bad at math. And he loved Jim Carrey movies. That might seem like a random grouping of facts, but that's because it was. We couldn't even remember where his house was. Some of us completely forgot, and others remembered different houses. It didn't matter. We weren't going to start knocking on doors to find a man we were concerned never existed. We started to believe that as soon as we began to question who he was, he just simply started to fade away into nothingness, like it was some kind of self-destructive on his own consciousness. It was around 9 a.m. that morning when people started to fall asleep on couches. The night before started with everyone being determined and saying the night wouldn't end until we found Uncle Matt. But here we all were, exhausted and with little to no answers. It felt like accepting defeat by napping on the couch, but we couldn't do much else. At 11 a.m., we all woke up to the sound of my cousins playing in the next room over. We all sat up and rubbed our eyes. You could practically see the gears turning in everyone's heads as they woke up from their stupors. I could tell when they realized their memories actually happened. And it wasn't just a weird fever dream. My Aunt Margot stumbled to the kitchen while yawning and started to dig in the pantry for something substantial the kids could all eat. It was clear they had already raided the cookie stash. As the adults had a quiet conversation, we heard something come from my cousin Cass that made us freeze. Yeah, Remember last night when Uncle Matt gave us all those cookies? It was so much fun, my small cousin said with a hop and a skip. Wait, Cass. Get over here and say that again. My Uncle Andrew yelled in an attempt to sound intimidating, but came out with a voice crack. Cass walked over to us looking like a confused puppy who just got yelled at. What did I do wrong, Uncle Andrew? I thought if Uncle Matt offered us cookies, I could have them. Cass, you are not in trouble. This is very important. Are you telling me Uncle Matt was with you guys last night? Uncle Andrew tried to say in a gentle tone to not scare Cass. I mean, not the whole night, but he brought us all cookies and put a movie on for us. Then he said he wanted to go hang out with you guys upstairs. Cass told us with a quiet voice. Everyone started to frantically look around the room, looking for any evidence of him being there last night. We quickly asked the rest of the cousins if they saw Matt, and some kids did, and some didn't. I noticed something when I started to count the objects in the room. There were 10 adults and me upstairs last night. So, there should have been 11 people in total. But I saw 12 plates out with the leftover crumbs from our late night pizza, 12 spots laid out for sleeping in the living room, and 12 mugs or cups of coffee. He was here last night. As I mentioned what I found, my dad said he remembered seeing him last night. He said Matt brought him some water. Uncle Paul said he saw him go to the bathroom, but couldn't remember him coming out. They mentioned how it felt like it never actually happened, but he managed to place the memory in them after the fact. How else would they see Uncle Matt right in front of them and not realize what was happening? I had a strange feeling that started to bubble up. I felt uneasy and restless. Wait, something is off here, I said loudly to the room. Everyone line up on the wall, I want to try something. For a second, they all looked at me confused. They normally wouldn't let me boss them around like that, but they were desperate and tired. All the adults lined up against the wall. As I walked by then, I counted out loud. Something strange happened. I counted 12 people, including me. None of the kids were lined up. I wasn't counting myself twice. There was an extra person. Uncle Matt wasn't just here last night. He was with us in the room at that moment. Other members of the family even tried to count. We did it over and over again, even adding one of the kids to the mix. But every single time there was one extra person, but we still couldn't see him. How was he hiding in plain sight? Everyone ended up leaving my Aunt Margot's house that afternoon. We were all still extremely creeped out about the whole thing, but what could we do about it? Not much. It's not like Uncle Matt ever did anything violent. Mostly normal behavior, except for a few memories of him that were kinda weird. One of us remembered seeing him in the kitchen, stacking and unstacking bowls for hours. Another person remembered him once packing for a vacation, but his suitcase only had trash bags in it. And I have a memory of us sitting in front of a fireplace with him, reading the instruction manual to a blender for a bedtime story. At least those were the kind of memories we had in the beginning. As the weeks went on, we started to remember things that got more and more concerning. He showed up in our houses in the middle of the night, or buying us all hammers for Christmas. He once bought hundreds of dollars worth of knives and put them in my dad's car. Once we developed disturbing memories of him, we tried to tell the police. Of course, they couldn't find any evidence of his existence, so they couldn't help us. It didn't help our case that we couldn't even give them a last name. How on earth are they supposed to find a guy based on his name being Matt and no physical features? So who is Uncle Matt? I can say with 100% certainty I have no clue. Is he a man? Is he an entity? Is he a figment of our imaginations? Or is he nothing at all? I don't know. And that's the worst part of all. He seems to always be around at family dinners. Most of the time I count the number of people I end up with an extra person. He feels like a virus, always implanting a memory of himself being around, but in the moment I never see him. It seems to be a family joke at this point, always leaving out an extra plate for him or something. In my opinion, no one is taking this situation seriously. I know he hasn't hurt anyone, but why should we wait for something to happen? I swear I can feel it when he shows up. The hairs on the back of my neck stand up. My family has given up on trying to figure out who or what Uncle Matt is. But I haven't. It feels like they have all just forgotten the disturbing memories of him. I swear the deeper I dig to find him, the worse the memories get. Like he is rotting and festering in my memories, right before my eyes. I'm starting to think it's his attempt to stop me from looking for him. The fact that he is punishing me for looking for him makes my concern grow more and more. Why is he suddenly running now that I am onto him? Why is he so afraid of me finding him? And what will happen once I do find him? I will find you, Uncle Matt. I will find out what you are. I never thought I'd find myself where I am now, so knee-deep in fear that sleep is just a distant memory. It all started out as simple curiosity, something harmless, or so I thought. The dark web had always fascinated me in this morbid way, but it felt like something that only existed in stories or urban legends. You know, that place where hackers, criminals, and the most twisted minds lurk. I'd heard people tell these horror stories about it, yet I still didn't fully believe them. But now, I'm a believer, and not by choice. It was late one night, just a regular Tuesday. I was alone in my apartment, messing around online. You know, one of those nights where Netflix wasn't cutting it, and I was just sort of aimlessly clicking around, watching random videos, reading forums, anything to pass the time. I remember stumbling across a thread, something about the real internet, places beyond what normal search engines could reach. The thread was loaded with warnings about the dark web, but every warning only made me more curious. One particular post stood out. It had links to a bunch of .onion sites and instructions on how to access them. Most of the comments were discouraging anyone from actually going there, saying things like, "It's not worth it," or "You don't want to see what's out there." But I couldn't help myself. The more they warned against it, the more I wanted to see. I thought to myself, what could go wrong if I'm just looking? After a bit of digging, I downloaded Tor and set up a VPN as the thread suggested. My screen looked dimmer, darker somehow, as if I'd just opened a door I wasn't supposed to. But I ignored that sinking feeling in my stomach and clicked on one of the links. The page loaded to a black screen with a simple message in plain white text. "Welcome to the marketplace." The site looked basic, just rows of links and text. Most of the listings were for things I had no interest in. Drugs, fake IDs, weapons. It was bizarre knowing that people actually used these sites, that they could buy these things with just a few clicks. I was about to click out when one link caught my eye, simply titled, "The Live Room." It was the first link that had any kind of unique name. The curiosity in me was buzzing. I figured it was probably just a low-quality live feed of a dark room or something, but I clicked on it anyway. The page took a few moments to load, and when it did, I was met with another message. Enter with caution. Viewer discretion is advised. My heart was pounding, but I couldn't stop. I clicked again. The screen flickered, then opened to a dimly lit room. It was empty at first, and the quality was grainy, like one of those old security camera feeds. Then, after a few moments, a man entered the frame, standing in front of what looked like a large chair with straps on the armrests. He didn't look at the camera. He was adjusting something, checking wires. And then, as if on cue, he looked directly at me. Well, at the camera. I felt a cold shiver run down my spine. The man walked out of the frame, and I realized there was a chat box open on the side of the screen. People were typing, sending messages like, "Is this real?" and "What are we watching?" My hands were shaking as I typed a quick message. "Is this live?" Almost immediately, a message popped up. Not from another user, but from the system itself. "Yes. Keep watching." The screen flickered again, and this time another person appeared. A woman, her hands and feet bound, gagged, sitting in that same chair. She looked terrified, her eyes darting around the room. My mind was racing, but I couldn't pull myself away. The chat exploded with questions, people asking if it was a prank, if it was staged. But as the man re-entered the frame, it became painfully clear that this was no act. He started speaking to the woman, but the audio was off, so I couldn't hear what he was saying. His face was calm, almost gentle, which made it even more disturbing. The camera zoomed in on her face, capturing every tear, every flinch as he moved around her. Then, abruptly, the video froze, and a message appeared on the screen. "Pay to continue." It was asking for cryptocurrency to unlock the rest of the feed. Most of the people in the chat left immediately, but a few stayed. My curiosity had turned into horror, but part of me still needed to know what was going on. So, in a moment of stupidity, I paid. When the video resumed, the screen was darker, like someone had turned down the contrast. The man was standing in front of the camera, holding a small card with numbers on it, and a message flashed. "Your turn." I stared at the screen, horrified. My chat window popped up, but this time it wasn't with random people. It was just me and someone named Admin. They typed, "Thank you for your payment. Now, you're part of the game." I tried closing the browser, but it wouldn't let me. Every time I clicked out, it would pop back up, and the live feed would start again. The chat window was flooded with messages from Admin, saying things like, "Where do you live?" and "Do you have family?" I was in full panic mode. I shut my laptop and sat there in silence, trying to process what had just happened. I didn't dare open my laptop again, didn't want to see what would happen next. But as I sat there, my phone buzzed with a text from an unknown number. "Don't ignore us." I wanted to believe it was just a coincidence, but my gut told me otherwise. My hands shook as I picked up my phone. The next text came through, and it was a picture of my apartment building, taken from outside. Then another text. "We're closer than you think." I froze, my mind racing with fear. I didn't know what to do, didn't know if calling the police would make things worse. For the next few days, I barely slept, jumping at every noise, every shadow. My phone buzzed constantly with messages, each one more terrifying than the last. Some were pictures of me, taken from angles that made it clear someone was watching me through my windows. Others were just phrases, "You can't hide," or "We're watching." One night, after days of relentless fear, I decided I couldn't take it anymore. I had to confront them, whoever they were. I went back to my laptop, opened Tor, and logged into the dark web again. I messaged admin, typing, "What do you want?" Their response was immediate. "We want to play. You opened the door, and now you can't close it." I was done playing. I deleted everything, cleared my browser, and even threw my laptop out. But the texts kept coming. Every night around 3 a.m., my phone would buzz with new messages. Pictures of me sleeping, shots of my front door, my mailbox, notes that read, "We're closer," or "Don't turn around." A week later, I moved. New apartment, new number, even changed my name on all social media accounts. I thought I'd finally escaped. But just as I started feeling safe again, my phone buzzed in the middle of the night. The message was simple. "You can run, but you can't hide." To this day, they still find me. Every time I move, every new place I settle into, they manage to track me down. I can't escape them. It's like they're always watching, always waiting for me to slip up. You know that feeling when curiosity gets the better of you? Like, you should just let something go. But there's this little voice in the back of your head whispering, "What if?" That's what got me into trouble with the dark web. And when I say trouble, I don't mean I accidentally downloaded a virus or stumbled across some weird conspiracy forum. I mean real, life-threatening, make-you-wish-you'd-never been born kind of trouble. It all started on a Friday night. I was bored out of my mind, scrolling Reddit like I always do, jumping between gaming subs and those "let's not meet" stories. You know the ones. People telling creepy experiences they've had in real life. I don't even know how I ended up on this thread about the dark web, but before I knew it, I was knee-deep in comments about hidden marketplaces, red rooms, and encrypted sites where people sell, well, pretty much anything you can imagine. Most of it sounded like BS. Like, yeah, sure, you can hire a hitman with Bitcoin or watch a live stream of someone's punishment. Totally not some 12-year-old with a wild imagination, right? But there were a few comments that stuck with me. People talking about how, if you dig deep enough, you can find things that you really aren't supposed to see. Things that stick with you forever. Normally, I would have laughed it off and gone back to wasting time on YouTube, but that night, I don't know. I guess I was in one of those moods. I downloaded Tor, set up a VPN. Don't ask me how. I was following a tutorial the whole time and started exploring. At first, it was nothing special. Just a bunch of sketchy marketplaces selling fake IDs, stolen credit cards, and way too many illegal substances. Honestly, it was underwhelming. I was starting to think the whole scary dark web thing was just a myth. But then I found this forum. It was called the Gatekeeper's Hub. The design was basic, like a 90s website that never got updated, but it was packed with threads. Most of them were mundane, people trading links to shady websites or discussing crypto, but there was one thread that caught my eye. It was pinned at the top, titled, "Don't click unless you're ready." Now I know how that sounds. Obvious bait, right? But like I said, curiosity is a dangerous thing. I clicked on it. The post was short, just a single link and the words, "For those who seek the truth." I hesitated for a second. Something about it felt off. But before I could second guess myself, I clicked the link. My screen went black for a few seconds, and then a new page loaded. It was completely silent. No background music or creepy sound effects. just a simple black screen with white text that said, "Enter your email to proceed." That should have been my cue to leave. Who in their right mind gives their email to a sketchy dark website? But again, I wasn't exactly thinking straight. I typed in a throwaway email I used for spam, hit submit, and waited. For a moment, nothing happened. Then a chat box popped up. "Welcome, seeker. Are you ready to see the truth?" I stared at the screen, unsure how to respond. Finally, I typed, "Sure." The reply came almost instantly. "Then prove it. Turn on your camera." My stomach dropped. I didn't even know my webcam could be activated through Tor. I typed back, "No thanks, just show me whatever this is about." The response was chilling. No camera, no truth. I was about to close the window when my webcam light blinked on. I swear I hadn't touched anything. I leaned back in my chair, heart pounding, and typed, "What the hell is this?" They didn't reply, but my screen suddenly switched to a live feed. At first I thought it was a glitch, just static and shadows, but then I realized it was a video of me, sitting at my desk. I froze. The feed was grainy, but it was definitely my room. My posters, my messy bed, my half-empty soda can next to the keyboard. I grabbed a sticky note and slapped it over the webcam, but the feed didn't change. They were still watching. That's when the messages started again. "Nice setup. Are you ready to play?" I typed, "What the hell is this? How are you doing this?" Another message popped up. "You invited us in. Now let's begin. Check your email." My phone buzzed, and I nearly jumped out of my chair. It was an email from an address I didn't recognize. The subject line said, "Instructions." I opened it, and my blood ran cold. The email was short. "Leave your house now. Don't take anything. Don't call anyone. You have 5 minutes." I stared at the screen, my mind racing. This had to be some kind of elaborate prank, right? Maybe Chris, my tech-savvy buddy, was screwing with me. But as I was trying to piece it together, another email came through. This one had an attachment. A photo. It was a picture of my front door, taken from outside. My hands started shaking. I ran to the window and peeked through the blinds. But the street was empty. Still, I couldn't shake the feeling that someone was watching me. I ran back to my laptop and typed, "Who are you? What do you want?" The reply was instant. 4 minutes. I panicked. I grabbed my phone and called Chris, but the call wouldn't go through. I tried texting him, but the messages failed to send. That's when I heard it, a faint knock at the door. My heart nearly stopped. I stood frozen, staring at the door like it might suddenly burst open. The knock came again, louder this time. I don't know what possessed me, but I grabbed a kitchen knife and crept toward the door. I peered through the peephole, but no one was there. Just darkness. Then my laptop dinged. Another email. It said, "We're already inside." I spun around, every nerve in my body on edge. The house was silent, but it didn't feel empty. It felt wrong, like I was being watched from every angle. I don't remember much after that. I must have blacked out, because the next thing I knew, it was morning. My laptop was gone. My phone was wiped clean, and taped to my fridge was a note that said, "Thank you for playing. We'll see you again soon. I moved out of that house the same week. I don't know who they were or what they wanted, but I haven't touched the dark web since. Sometimes late at night, I swear I can still feel them watching me. So if you're ever tempted to go digging into the dark web, don't. Trust me, some doors are better left closed, and once you open them, there's no going back.